Varmt välkomna till SLUs professorsinstallationsföreläsningar 2021. Under 2 dagar presenterar sig 15 nya SLU-professorer för er som tittar. 15 framstående forskare som tillsammans representerar SLUs stora bredd. Jag heter Malin von Essen och är dagens moderator. Att få uppdraget att vara er ciceron under SLUs professorsföreläsningar, det är en stor ära för mig. Jag var själv student här för många år sedan och att som SLU-alumn få komma tillbaka i en sån här roll, det är verkligen väldigt roligt. Vi inleder dag 2 och jag ber att få introducera SLUs rektor, Maria Knutsson-Wedel. Varsågod Maria.
Tack Malin. Jag välkomnar alla lyssnare och talare till dag 2 av föreläsningar. Welcome everyone. And I will first speak in Swedish and then in English. Och jag tänkte inleda dagen med att tala några ord om kunskap, vad det är. Ja, vi universitet, vi kallas ibland för kunskapens högborg. Våra professorer som skapare, förvaltare, förmedlare av ny kunskap. Och idag och även igår så fick vi då ta del av kunskap som spänner från det djupt teoretiska till det väldigt tillämpade. Men jag vill inte att ni misstolkar och tror att det väldigt tillämpade är mer relevant än det andra. Utan relevans är ofta ett ord vi hör när vi pratar om kunskap. Och jag skulle säga att relevans av akademisk kunskap är faktiskt en fråga om tidsperspektiv. Den forskning som gjordes så att vi idag lever i en digitaliserad tidsålder, den gjordes för väldigt länge sedan och den var grundläggande. Den var teoretisk, men den höll väldigt hög kvalitet. Så jag skulle säga att så länge forskningen håller väldigt hög kvalitet så är den relevant. Och vår uppgift blir därför att säkerställa att den forskning vi på universitetet och våra professorer gör är högst relevant genom att hålla hög kvalitet. Och att den bygger vidare på den vetenskapliga faktabas som finns. Eller kanske till och med motbevisa den som tidigare generationer forskare har tagit fram. Och när vi pratar om motbevisa så har jag hört det senaste ordet kunskapsresistens. Ja, man kan ju slarvigt definiera det som människors oförmåga eller kanske till och med ovilja att ta till sig etablerad kunskap. Och det är en av de stora utmaningar vi har idag för det demokratiska samhället, skulle jag vilja säga. Och jag läste häromdagen att nu finns det faktiskt forskning om orsaker, konsekvenser och motmedel mot kunskapsresistens. Ja, jag vet ju inte vad de forskarna kommer fram till, men för min del tänker jag att dagens aktivitet, att våra nya professorer nu lagt massor med energi på att dela med sig av sin djupa kunskap till oss alla, ja, det är nog ett sätt, en viktig del i att vaccinera mot just kunskapsresistens. Och jag hoppas att ni som lyssnar får med er något från detta och att ni gläds åt denna typ av vaccination, även om ni kanske inte fått någon spruta mot covid-19 ännu, som många av oss kommer att få. Så det är tomt i salen här idag. Men vi brukar ju säga att SLU finns över hela landet så vi är aldrig långt borta från dig. Och idag är vi bara ett klick borta. Vi finns på er närmaste skärm så ladda kaffekoppen, luta er tillbaka och för att ta del av den stora rymd av kunskap som våra föreläsare och professorer idag ska hjälpa oss att nå. So welcome all listeners and speakers to today's lectures. I'm going to start the day with a few words about knowledge. Our professors, they are creators, they are caretakers and communicators of new knowledge. Today and tomorrow we are going to listen to knowledge that ranges from the deeply theoretical to the applied. But do not believe that applicability today is the same to equate with relevance. Relevance of academic knowledge is a matter of time perspective. The research that led to our digitalized age was done a very long time ago, and it was basic research. But it was proven to be relevant. And it can actually be said, as long as research is of high quality, it is relevant. Another word we have heard about knowledge is knowledge resistance. People's inability or even reluctance to accept established knowledge. It is one of the great challenges today in our democratic society. And I think that today's activity is an important part in vaccinating against knowledge resistance. So I hope that you all who listen will enjoy this vaccination in addition to your syringe you will receive against COVID-19. So our lecture hall is empty today, but SLU is never far from you wherever you live in Sweden, and today we are on your nearest screen. So sit back, recharge your coffee cup and enjoy us for the knowledge ride we're going to take today. Thank you.
Tack så mycket Maria. Vi ska snart inleda med den första föreläsningen. Men innan vi gör det så vill jag nämna att ni kan skicka frågor till professorerna. Och då använder ni en e-postadress som lyder så här: nyaprofessorer@slu.se. nyaprofessorer@slu.se. Vi kommer inte att bevaka några andra kanaler, så att om ni vill skicka frågor så använd den här adressen. Ja, varmt välkomna att följa med på den här kunskapsresan. Och först ut är professor Marie Spån och vi inleder med en film.
You can picture soils as being the skin of the earth. Soils form this very thin outer layer of our planet, where important chemical and biochemical reactions take place. And these reactions are essentially the basis for our existence as humans on Earth. My name is Marie Spån. I'm a professor in biogeochemistry of forest soils. I study element cycling in terrestrial ecosystems. And I'm especially interested in the carbon, nitrogen and phosphorus cycles. Many processes of these element cycles occur in soils. And the aim of my research is to understand how the different element cycles interact through processes in soils. So in my group we study these different processes. And for this purpose we use different approaches. We use lab experiments and we also conduct field experiments and we use soil inventories. We use a large set of different techniques such as soil chemical analysis and microbiological tools and also stable and non-stable isotopes. When we look at soils and ecosystems, we look at complex systems and they might occur chaotic or even random to us. And discovering order in something that might appear chaotic or random at first sight is something that I find extremely motivating. Currently, humans change this planet at an unprecedented speed. We strongly alter the cycles of elements, and every day we destroy large areas of soils that have formed in thousands of years. To me, this is a motivation to better understand soils and ecosystems and also how we as humans affect them.
Welcome, Marie Spån.
Thank you very much.
You are now a professor of biochemistry of forest soils.
Mm-hmm.
What do biochemists do?
Yeah, so biogeochemists study the natural environment, and specifically we study chemical reactions in the natural environment. And many of these reactions, they are driven and catalyzed by biota, such as microorganisms and also plants. So that's why we have the bio in the word. And then there's the geo, and this is because these chemical reactions are also largely affected by geochemical entities or geochemistry in general.
Okay. Why is it important to understand element cycling in ecosystems?
Yeah, I think it is very important to understand this, especially these days, because we as humans have very strongly affected the element cycles. For example, we have moved a lot of carbon from fossil reservoirs to the atmosphere. We have moved nitrogen from the atmosphere to cropland soils and also to aquatic ecosystems. And we have moved phosphorus from rock phosphate or rock phosphorus that has been used for a fertilizer and is now found in cropland soils and also in aquatic ecosystems. And since we have affected these element cycles so much, I think it's important to better understand the consequences of our actions.
And what would you say is the fascination of biochemistry?
Well, I think in biogeochemistry we deal with complex systems, and this is very interesting. So it is very difficult actually to predict how these systems react to, for example, global change factors such as warming or high nitrogen input. And that's what makes it so interesting, yeah.
And how did you get into it?
Me personally, well, I studied biology. I majored in microbiology. And I always enjoyed a lot studying living systems that change over time. And after my studies, I wanted to look at larger systems. And this is what brought me then to soil science and also to biogeochemistry.
Let's listen to your lecture.
Yeah.
Please enter the stage, Marie.
Thank you.
And I would like to introduce Marie Spohn, professor of biogeochemistry of forest soils, talking about element cycling in terrestrial ecosystems. Please, Marie.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to give this lecture here today. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank the people that helped to bring me here to SLU. So today I'm going to talk about element cycling in terrestrial ecosystems. In terrestrial ecosystems, chemical elements such as carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus are cycled between the plants and the soil. And I am particularly interested in the interactions between these element cycles that mostly happen in soil. So let's have a look here at some different terrestrial ecosystems. So here you can see some examples. We can see we have a huge diversity of different soils. And the first 4 examples show soils and ecosystems that we can typically find here in Scandinavia. On the right hand, you see 2 examples of soils and ecosystems that we can typically find under tropical climate. And in the second line, in the center, you see 2 examples that we typically can observe under arid climate. So you see we have a huge diversity. And despite the fact that these ecosystems and soils look so different, they have one thing in common, and this is that here elements are cycled between the vegetation, the plants, and the soil. I am most interested in the cycles of carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus. So let's have a look at these 3 element cycles, and starting here with the carbon cycle. So carbon dioxide is fixed by plants. They use it to build up biomass. They produce organic carbon compounds. And these organic carbon compounds, they enter the soil in the form of plant detritus, for example, senesced leaves, or in the form of root exudates. And these root exudates, this is basically dissolved organic carbon. And these root exudates are very important because they fuel and stimulate microbial activity in soil. And then organic carbon compounds are mineralized. This leads to the production of carbon dioxide, which then goes to the atmosphere, and this closes the cycle here. Now the next cycle here is the nitrogen cycle. You can already see it's more complex. We have different inputs, different forms of nitrogen in soil, and also different outputs. What I would like to highlight here is that we have 2 important inputs. We have nitrogen fixation. That means that there are bacteria in soil that fix nitrogen from the atmosphere. And there's also something called atmospheric nitrogen deposition, which is the input of reactive nitrogen to terrestrial ecosystems. And then finally, there's the phosphorus cycle. It looks less complex at first sight. So here we have rock, and when this rock weathers, phosphate is released. And this phosphate can be taken up by plants. And the plants use it for producing organic phosphorus compounds, such as, for example, DNA or phospholipids. And these organic phosphorus compounds, they enter the soil in the form, for example, of leaf litter. And in soil then, organic phosphorus is transformed from organic phosphorus into inorganic phosphorus. And this closes the cycle because the inorganic phosphorus then can be taken up again by the plants. So this is a very brief summary of the 3 element cycles, and this would be the typical way in which they are presented in textbooks. So you can see them neatly separated, one next to the other. However, if we now look at real ecosystems, things are more complex. And here we have interactions between the cycles of carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus. And many of these interactions take place in soil. And the interactions largely stem from the fact that many reactions of the nitrogen cycle depend on phosphorus, and vice versa, processes of the phosphorus cycle depend on nitrogen. So I'm specifically interested in these interactions, and today in this lecture I would like to give you 3 examples of my work in which we looked at these interactions. So many of these interactions between the element cycles actually take place in the rhizosphere. The rhizosphere is this interface between the plant root and the soil. And here organic carbon is released by the plant. It can be directly released into the soil where it can be used by bacteria, or it can be given to fungal partners that form a symbiosis with the plant. In both cases, the organic carbon that comes from the plant stimulates microbial activity. And the microbes, in their turn, catalyze and drive many important biogeochemical reactions. And these reactions are essentially fueled by the organic carbon coming from the plant. And one of these reactions is the mineralization of organic phosphorus. So this means that organic phosphorus is transformed into inorganic phosphorus. And this is a process that in soil is catalyzed by exoenzymes. So these are enzymes that are released by plants and by microorganisms. And what these exoenzymes do is they speed up the process of organic phosphorus mineralization. Now this is important because only the inorganic phosphorus can be taken up by the plants. The organic phosphorus is not available for plant uptake. So this then shows a very interesting interaction between the carbon cycle and the phosphorus cycle. And this is an interaction that I'm very interested in. And among other things, we try to visualize this. So we conducted a mesocosm experiments with 4 plants. And here we labeled the carbon dioxide that the plants take up using radiocarbon, which is a radioactive carbon isotope. And then we can track the carbon, we can see how the carbon is taken up by the leaves, how it is transported down the shoot into the root, and finally how it is released into the soil. This you can see in the first line of these 4 images for 4 different plants. The red color shows us there's carbon going into the root. The green color shows us there's carbon also being released into the soil. And concurrently, we measured the activity of these phosphatases, which again are these exoenzymes that catalyze organic phosphorus mineralization. And what you can see here is that along the root, we have a high phosphatase activity. And this was measured using a technique which I developed as a young postdoc, which is called solzimography. So this shows us that we have here areas where carbon is released, and in the same areas we see a high phosphatase activity, and this comes largely from the microbes. So this shows quite nicely this interaction between the carbon cycle and the phosphorus cycle. Now you might ask, so why is it actually important to understand these interactions between the element cycles? And one reason why it is so important is that currently, as humans, we strongly change single reactions of the element cycles. For example, we strongly increase the amount of nitrogen that enters terrestrial ecosystems in reactive form. So we have increased nitrogen deposition in many parts of the world. And this can also be seen here in the second figure. So we see that over the last decades, we had a strong increase in the global anthropogenic nitrogen input to the biosphere. And a part of that is direct fertilizer application, but a part of that is also this atmospheric nitrogen deposition. So even ecosystems that to us look quite natural, they might receive quite high night vision inputs in many parts of the world. And for me, the interesting question here is, how do these high night vision inputs affect processes of other element cycles? And this is something that I studied quite intensively with my group during the last couple of years. And there's the hypothesis that when we have these high night vision inputs, that ecosystems shift from being night vision limited to being phosphorus limited, because the night vision demand of the plants is saturated by the night vision coming from the atmosphere. So this is an interesting hypothesis, and we wanted to look further at this. And for this purpose, I, together with my group, studied many long-term night vision addition experiments in many parts of the world. Some of them located in grasslands, and some of them located in forests. And here I would like to show you an example. So we studied the longest running night vision addition experiments in temperate forests. You can see them here on the map. 2 of the experiments are located at the east coast of the United States, and 2 of the experiments are located here in Scandinavia. And these experiments allow us to understand how these ecosystems react to these high night vision inputs. So at these sites, we have always plots that don't receive additional night vision. These are the control plots. And then we have plots that receive increased amounts of night vision. And the experiments at the time that we studied them, they were 26 years old. And I'm only going to show you here one result. So we looked at different properties or different reactions and different parameters associated with the cycling of phosphorus. And what I'm showing you here is the phosphorus stock in the organic layer. So you can see the 4 sites, and then you always see the control and then the nitrogen addition treatment. You also notice at Harvard Forest, we have actually 3 of these boxes. This is because here we have 2 nitrogen addition treatments. Now, what we found was that at the 2 North American sites, we have a significant decrease in the phosphorus stock of the organic layer in these forest soils. In contrast, at the 2 Scandinavian sites, we see no significant change. So this indicates first that these different ecosystems react differently to these high chronic nitrogen inputs. And secondly, we see that we have these decreases of the phosphorus stock at the North American sites, indicating that the plants here take up more phosphorus. So this is an indication that there is maybe some truth in this hypothesis that the phosphorus demand is increased when we have these high chronic nitrogen inputs. And this is something that we need to look at further during the next year to see if we find further evidence that high chronic nitrogen inputs shifts ecosystems from being predominantly nitrogen limited to being phosphorus limited. Yeah, this was the second experiment. I'm now coming to the third and last experiment or example of my work, sorry. So this is about soil organic carbon storage. And this is a topic that has been very strongly debated over the last decades. So here the idea is that we can remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere by storing more organic carbon in the soil. And this could work if we, for example, have increased inputs of organic carbon to the soil or decreased outputs of carbon dioxide. Now, the interesting question for me here is, how does it affect, or how do these high organic carbon stocks in the soil and the increase in the organic carbon stock affect the cycling of nitrogen and phosphorus? And we know that if you have increased amounts of organic carbon in soil, we also have increased amounts of nitrogen and phosphorus, organic nitrogen and organic phosphorus. And this is because soil organic matter does not only consist of carbon, but also of nitrogen and phosphorus. So I wanted to know more, how much phosphorus do we actually need to increase the amount of carbon in soil? So I conducted a literature study, and I looked at the carbon to phosphorus ratio in different pools of the ecosystems. So the main conclusion of the study is that if we want to increase the organic carbon stock that is sequestered in soils, we will also need to sequester or to store large amounts of phosphorus. And this is something that we should think about carefully, because if this phosphorus is locked up or sequestered in soil, it cannot be at the same time be in the plant. But let's have a quick look here at the details. At this table, I'm starting from the bottom line. There you can see the mineral-associated soil organic matter. So this is soil organic matter that is attached to mineral surfaces. And this makes the organic matter stay for a long period of time in soil. This is beneficial if you think about removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. However, what this study here shows now is that this mineral-associated soil organic matter is also very rich in phosphorus. And this means that if we increase the amount of carbon that is stored in this pool, we will need quite a bit of phosphorus, and we will lock this phosphorus up in the soil. Then we can go to the next line. In the table, organic matter in mineral topsoils, you can see we have still quite low C to P ratios, so we need quite a bit of phosphorus for increasing here the amount of carbon that is stored in the pool. Then we can go further up, organic layer of forest soils. Here the C to P ratios already get a little larger. And then we have organic soils, such as peatlands. Here we have quite large C to P ratios, which indicates that here we can potentially increase the amount of carbon that we store in this pool without a large footprint or large effect on the phosphorus cycle. So we would not need a lot of phosphorus for increasing the amount of carbon stored here. And finally, there's wood. Wood has these very large C to P ratios, which indicate that potentially we can store a lot of carbon in wood without locking up a lot of phosphorus. So this shows us that if we want to increase the amount of organic carbon in the soil, we will need quite a bit of phosphorus. And there might be different pools in terrestrial ecosystems that are more beneficial for carbon storage because here we would not need so much phosphorus. And I showed this calculation here for the phosphorus, but you can of course make a very similar calculation also for the nitrogen. And I think it is important to take this into account if we discuss soil organic carbon sequestration, because it shows us that if we want to increase the organic carbon in the soil, this has an effect on the cycling of nutrients, and this would lock up quite a bit of phosphorus, for example, in the soils. With this, I'm already coming to the end of this short lecture. I hope that I could convince you that interactions of the cycles of carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus are important. I'm very glad that I have the opportunity to study this further during the next years at SLU, and I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Marie, and welcome back to your seat here. And don't forget to email your questions to Marie, nyaprofessorer@slu.se. Thank you.
Thanks.
I just need to ask, what would happen? What could be the consequences to the trees, for example, if phosphorus becomes limiting for the ecosystems?
Yeah, I mean, we know that in many terrestrial ecosystems, phosphorus is limiting. Here in the temperate zone and in the boreal zone, phosphorus is at the moment not critical. But of course, it's an interesting question how these high chronic nitrogen inputs affect this balance, and whether we can see already indications that the ecosystems shift from being predominantly nitrogen limited to maybe nitrogen and phosphorus co-limited. Yeah.
Okay. In your lecture, you showed an example of work that was based on long-term field experiments. Why are those long-term experiments important for your work?
Yeah, so they are very important for my work because we try to answer questions how ecosystems react on the long run, on the long term. And for this, we need field experiments, and we need them to be monitored over a long period of time. So if, for example, today we ask questions about how ecosystems react to global change, to climate change, then we need to monitor ecosystems over a long period of time. We cannot answer these questions just by looking at a forest maybe for 2 years or so.
And you told me before, when we prepared for this session, you told me that you also participated in a global research network. Could you tell us something more about that?
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to participate in a global network, which is called the Nutrient Network. So this is a network of grassland sites at which the same experiment is conducted. And these sites are located all over the world. So it's basically scientists that have a grassland site at their university or at a field station, and there they conduct the same experiment. And then all the data from the experiments goes to a central database. And this allows us to understand how different grassland ecosystems in different parts of the world react to the same change, for example, in the availability of nitrogen or in the availability of phosphorus.
And what does it give you personally to take part of such a network?
Well, it's been a very great experience because you meet people from all over the world that are interested in the same question as you or in similar questions. And it's been really a pleasure to work with these people and discuss together, maybe also from slightly different perspectives, how these ecosystems react to changes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Well, we have got a few questions here, or quite a lot of questions, I would say. Are there any other anthropogenically widespread compounds that affect the cycling of nitrogen, carbon, and phosphorus?
Widespread compounds.
Are there any other anthropogenically widespread compounds that affect the cycling of nitrogen, carbon, and phosphorus?
Yeah, I mean, this is maybe not central to my research, but of course there are many compounds that affect the cycling. We have a lot of pollutants. Many ecosystems suffer from pollution. And I'm not meaning here the pollution of nitrogen. There are also other pollutions. Then at the moment, there's of course a big discussion about microplastic. What does microplastic actually do to our environment? We hardly know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I take the next one. Nitrogen deposition have so far been rather low in Sweden compared to other parts of Europe. If nitrogen deposition would increase to a much higher level, what would be the main effects on forests in Sweden? And will soil type change?
Yeah, that's a good question. So yeah, we see that in Sweden we mostly have high nitrogen deposition, of course, in the south and not so much in the north. And yeah, this is a question I'm really interested in. What happens if we have these high nitrogen inputs? You saw that in the lecture at the North American sites. We see that there is increased demand by the vegetation. So maybe I can explain some more things about the study. So in the study, we also looked at other parameters. For example, we see that this phosphatase activity is upregulated in all these soils, indicating that there is a larger demand for phosphorus by the vegetation, very likely. And then we see that the ecosystems react differently. So at the North American sites, we actually see that there's a higher uptake by the plant. And this can be hypothesized also to happen here in Sweden if we would have very high nitrogen inputs, that then the next limiting macronutrient would be phosphorus. And that phosphorus would be potentially become scarce, maybe not limiting, but scarce for primary production. Yeah.
And I'm not sure if you answered the question, will soil type change?
Well, the soil type. The soil type or the soil area doesn't change, but many soil properties might change, yeah.
Okay.
For example, the nitrogen to phosphorus ratio of the organic layer might change very strongly, yeah.
Another question now from the audience. Carbon, nitrogen and phosphorus are common elements and essential for trees and other plants. Could there be an element hitherto overlooked that although far less... Sorry, I need to read this again. Could there be an element hitherto overlooked that although far less common could be essential for the interaction between the big three, carbon, nitrogen and phosphorus?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. It's difficult to answer. I mean, during the last years, I've been very strongly focusing on carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus. I'm also increasingly interested in silicon. There are interesting results coming out about manganese, but one would have to study this with more detail to really be able to answer this question. Yeah.
Okay, there is a lot of work to do, Marie.
Yeah.
The data you showed for 2 sites in the US and 2 in Scandinavia, can they indicate that the forest in the US is nitrogen limited and the forest in Scandinavia is not?
I would say that both forests, and here I'm talking here about the plants, are predominantly nitrogen limited. But I think we have to abandon the idea that only one element at a time can be limiting. I mean, this is a very old concept that we still find in the textbooks, but it can of course be that more than one element limits at a time. And I would say they are both mostly dominated by night vision, but we see that they react differently when we change the inputs of night vision and phosphorus and their ratio, yeah.
Thank you for your questions. Keep asking questions to our professors, please. Well, we were speaking about long-term experiments, and SLU also have long-term experiments. Could you tell us something about them and what they mean to your research?
Yeah, SLU actually has a lot of field experiments and also many monitoring sites and inventories. And they're extremely important. I think SLU can really be very proud of these long-time data series because they're extremely important if we want to answer now questions about global change. As I said before, we cannot answer these questions by looking at a forest or at an ecosystems for just 2 years. We need long-time data series, and SLU really has many of these experiments and monitoring sites and inventories, and they're extremely important, yeah.
And how long are the data series? How long term are they?
Yeah, I mean, I know that there are field experiments that have been running for 100 years.
Okay.
Yeah, we also have other inventories that don't go back so long, but of course their value increases with time. And of course it costs to maintain this, but it's so important to have this. And there I think SLU really is very outstanding in the sense that we have so many experiments and long-term data sets here, yeah.
In a few years' time, perhaps 5 or 10, is there any research issue where you hope you will have a breakthrough?
Well, there are many topics where I hope to have a breakthrough. Yeah. I think, yeah, maybe you can say that one topic that is very close to my heart and where I hope that there will be some progress is this topic also of organic phosphorus mineralization. This is something that at the moment we are not very good at measuring, and it would be important because this process is really central for element cycling. As I tried to explain in the lecture, it renders phosphorus available to plants, and therefore this process is also important for other cycles, for example the carbon cycle, because if this process runs at a very low rate, then it might limit primary production, and then this has an effect also on the carbon cycle. So I hope and I would wish that we see some progress concerning this topic, yeah.
Interesting. We'll see. We have a last question from the audience. The EU is trying to be climate neutral. I've heard about initiatives to financially benefit agricultural methods designed to increase carbon stored in the agricultural soil, while the agricultural continues on said land. Follow? Yeah.
I didn't get the question.
No, the question hasn't come yet. Are you saying that such methods may actually require the addition of more phosphorus through fertilizer, so that the wish to, and now I had to show more here. Sorry, so that the wish to reduce atmospheric carbon may drive nutrient leakage into lakes, etc. Did you get the question?
I did. Understand the question. Yeah, I mean, I think we should ask and take into account how the sequestration of carbon in soil affects other element cycles. And as I explained in the lecture, when we store more carbon, we also store more organic nitrogen and more organic phosphorus. And nitrogen and phosphorus that is sequestered or locked up in the soil organic matter cannot be at the same time in the plant. So this is something that we need to take into account. If we want to store more carbon, we need more phosphorus. I mean, this is a matter of fact, yeah.
Well, thank you very much for attending the broadcast, Marie, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Nu blir det en liten kort paus till 9:45 och då får vi träffa Stergios Adamopoulos, professor i trävetenskap och träteknologi. Så välkomna tillbaka om bara några minuter. Well, it's time to welcome Stergios Adamopoulos, and we will look at your video. So please show us Stergios' video. Maybe we have some... Ah.
I think I became a researcher because I like to solve problems and pay strong attention in detail. Through the years, I realized that being a researcher involves quite a lot of fun, since you have the opportunity to test new ideas, experiment with new technologies, take part in engaging discussions, and meet interesting people. My name is Stergios Adamopoulos and I am professor in wood science. Wood science represents a diversity of specialization with different methods and goals, as for example wood anatomy, physics, chemistry, mechanics of fibrous materials, biological durability, treatments, and conversion into commercial products. In my research, I employed diverse methods at micro and macro levels to characterize forest-derived and other biomaterials in relation to the intended industrial use. One area of interest is the development of sustainable wood adhesives to replace the synthetic ones used in the industry today. I try to create fundamental knowledge on wood and its interaction with other materials. Both are required for developing functional and greener products for the society with applications in furniture and building. Research in my field is not only important for the bioeconomy but also quite complex. The challenge and the motivation is to bridge the gap between academics and users who approach wood from technological, silvicultural or purely botanical standpoint.
Very welcome, Stergios Adamopoulos.
Yes, nice to be here, thank you.
In the film, you just said that it motivates you to try to bridge the gap between academics and wood users. How can you approach that kind of challenge as a scientific leader?
Yes, so this is true because the different end users of wood require something different from wood. Well, it's time. The pulp and paper sector is interested into the fibers and small details. This we call nano, micro, also characteristics. The sawmilling, also industry, well, they're interested in logs and in other things. And then the wood-based panel industry is interested in micro and macro characteristics. So to understand what each end user needs, it's actually my work, and I'm trying to give some scientific insights on that.
Mm. And how can you collaborate with the wood processing industry?
Yes, I have long and also very good collaboration with them. Part of my time, 20% of my time actually is nowadays with the industry, and we try to develop new bio-based also systems. Sometimes they need to solve some problems in a short time, but the most interesting thing is when we have a long term, and then we have some time to work more and to solve the problems with a long-term view. That is the most interesting thing, actually.
So you work very closely with the industry.
Yes, as I said,
in close
the last
collaboration.
4 or 5 years now, 20% of my time is with the industry. This special program, Mobility to the Industry, collaboration between academia and the industry. So we work really together, and we meet at least once a week.
We will chat more after your lecture, but please make yourself prepared to enter the stage.
Thank you.
And I would like to introduce Stergios Adamopoulos, Professor of Wood Science and Wood Technology, talking about forest-derived and other biomaterials in sustainable composites. Please, Stergios.
Yes. Thank you. My talk today will be about wood-based wood-based composites, and these materials are part of everyday life. We can find them in our homes, offices, everywhere. They have and they come with different names like fiber boards, particle boards, oriented strand board, and so on. I'm quite sure that not every one of you can differentiate them, and sometimes it is also not easy because they have on top different coatings, paints, and so on. The thing is that they contain wood in forms like small particles, fibers, flakes, and so on. All these materials are quite cheap and also low quality. They can take different shapes, 2D, 3D, and we must apply heat and pressure, and that means that they can fit unlimited also design possibilities. The industry has been developed like 80 years ago, in the 1940s, you can say, and that makes wood to be to be available in our homes. Otherwise, solid wood would have been very expensive to have. This graph here shows that in 2018, the consumption of wood-based composite has reached a really high number, 80 million cubic meters. And all the models show that this number will go almost double. And there is explanation for that because we use more wood and we build with more wood and so on. That means that today every citizen in the EU is using right about 3 big industrial standard panels. You can think 2.4 meters by 1.2 meters and thickness of 15 centimeters. However, this increase is something good for the environment because we can store with this way more carbon for long times, and we have a lot of benefits, other benefits, because wood can replace other energy intensive materials like steel, concrete, bricks, and so on. One can ask, are wood-based bundles sustainable? And it is it's quite easy to say yes, because 90% is wood, sustainable, and so on. However, there is one part there, 10%, and this 10% is synthetic materials, glues, adhesives, and so on, and these materials are not sustainable. These materials are used not only for the body to glue all the wood pieces together, but additional parts are used in order to glue other coatings, laminates, and so on. If we use a little bit of math here, we can think about this 90-10% a bit. To make 1 ton of wood-based panels, that means we need 100 kilos of all these materials. One factory today uses per year around about 40,000 tons of these materials. In the European Union, today they produce around about 55 million cubic meters of these panels, and with a conversion that is around about 40 million tons of synthetic glues. These adhesives we cannot avoid. It is the most important part in a wood-based panel, and influences a lot of things: integrity, degradability, moisture resistance, cost, recyclability, and toxicity. This is quite important, and I'm coming to the next slide to discuss about toxicity, because most of wood-based panels use formaldehyde as a main component in these adhesives, and today in the world we're using around 20 million 20 million metric tons of these materials. However, formaldehyde is a natural compound. We can find it in every living organism, even to us, also to humans. From technical point of view, they have a lot of benefits. That's why the wood-based panel industry has been using formaldehyde-based adhesives since the 40s, since the beginning. However, this material has been characterized as harmful for the health, and there are strict regulations today about formaldehyde and also the emissions from these wood products. Another thing is that we need to spend a lot of energy to make all these materials. I don't know if you can see down in this slide, the energy for 1 kilogram of production of these formaldehyde-based systems needs energy more or less equal to some steels, or even higher to some other steel types. Formaldehyde adhesives make even more problems, because when we apply them, they become hard with the temperature, so there is no any possibility to reactivate them and to release the wood parts, the fibers, the chips, and so on. If we think that wood waste today it is really big numbers, around about 40 million tons per year, then wood-based panels is a significant part of it, and especially one type, fiberboards, around about 6 million tons, and they have no recycling options today. The only recycling option, the only option is to burn for heat, energy, and so on. The main method thus to recycle wood-based panels is with mechanical methods. We try to chip them again, create smaller particles, but that makes a lot of dust, and with fiberboards, much more dust, small materials, and they have quite not the same shape, and that creates a lot of problems for the panel, so the strength is not as good. According to this, the scientific and industrial community is looking for bio-based systems in order to replace formaldehyde systems. That's not an easy task. We are looking for materials, renewable ones, that come in very big quantities. Our forests can give all these materials, so they are very important. And one more important thing here is that there is no food competition for these materials. A lot of different renewable materials have been studied over the years, especially the last 20 years. And here the picture shows the most important ones: lignin, tannins, soy, starches, and so on. Even other systems based on cellulose, biopolyols from forest biomass, and so on. These 4 categories have reached some small commercialization. That means that small quantities around the world of wood-based panels can be made with this type of systems, but they're very expensive and the quantities are really small. I've been working quite a lot in this area over the years, and I came to all the shortcomings that any other scientists have come, like availability of these materials, costs, performance, very important, and production speed, because production of wood-based panels at the industry goes really fast. So these systems must become hard and must glue the final product very fast. This slide shows some examples of my work and shows that using these renewable systems, like to the left, based on lignins and also tannins, or to the right with soy, if we use them just as they are or with some type of other systems, so they don't work equally well. And at the beginning here you can see that formaldehyde systems have really higher strength. We must combine them with other synthetic materials to get similar or even better also qualities. But that means we increase the costs, and then we speak about partial substitution. So we don't have 100% bio-based systems. The industry and the scientific community today has reached a point where these systems can be used maximum 30-40% per weight in the final adhesive. So there is still a lot to do. And one question that someone can say, do these materials really contribute to strength, or they're just very expensive fillers in the adhesive? For all these reasons, in my opinion, we need a game-changer innovation in this area, and this slide can show you some revolutionary also ideas that involves the development of reversible adhesives. I've been working on that, and now we will start with a new PhD student in that area. If I can try to explain a little bit, is we try to functionalize, to modify both wood and the bio-based materials, so both can act as binders, binder A and component A and binding component B. With temperature, they can glue together, and again, with application of low temperature, they can debond. So we have bonding and debonding. That means that we can create 100% bio-based systems, and that will enable recycling of both wood materials and the renewable materials we are using to make these systems. As a conclusion, wood-based panels and their adhesives are an important part of the wider forest-based sector, and developments in that area are trying to improve their sustainability, and in that aspect, the developments in this area contribute to environmental, economic, and social sustainability goals set by our forests. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Stergios, and welcome back to your seat.
Yeah.
Don't forget that you can email your questions to Stergios and the other professors, and please use the email address nyaprofessorer@slu.se. Welcome back.
Thank you.
What is the potential of replacing synthetic adhesives with bio-based?
Yes, I have explained that that's not an easy task. Today we're at the point that we can say that we can replace 30-40% in the final system, and there is a lot to do. So in my opinion, it is a stepwise approach. We start with these low levels, and some companies have set goals like in 2030 they can replace 50% of the volume with bio-based systems, which is good and very positive. So it's a long way to go. It's not that tomorrow we have a system and we can apply it.
No, but that's realistic.
Yes,
Yeah,
I think it's quite realistic.
And when it comes to recycling of wood, how important are the adhesives?
I think that's the most important part. I think we must separate between recycling of wood in general and wood-based panels. For wood, there are other factors, contamination of chemicals, sorting systems, and so on. But for wood-based panels, we need technologies that can reactivate the adhesive so we can separate the materials. And many people have been working in that area. There are patents in that area. There are methods based on hydrothermal mechanical methods, combination, but they are very expensive and the industry does not apply them because they are very expensive methods. So they cannot be applied today.
We have a few questions from the audience. How different are the wood properties you study within a tree species, considering genotype and geographical origin? We can start with that one.
I think this is not relevant to our topic, but I will try. This is quite important, and there are a lot of studies. There is one area that studies the effect of environment and silvicultural methods and geographical origin and so on, and wood properties. So the topic has been studied a lot and still is being studied. We must think that when we make this type of studies, we must consider when we work for the same species and wood species. So we cannot, and then there are studies saying for some species that trees that grow in low elevation levels or close to the sea or up in the mountains, they have different properties. And this is all connected to the ability of the trees to grow in a specific environment. How fast they grow, they determine the wood properties.
Yeah. And there is another question, question B here.
Question A.
Can tree breeding significantly improve these properties?
Oh yes, that is very important, and also there are a lot of studies about that. Special genotypes, clones are being studied and improved, and there has been a lot of work over the years with poplars, for example, which is a typical wood species that has been optimized a lot, and we have clones that can be used with improved properties, depending what is the final use. Because wood quality is always good, so the wood is good. When we want to use it for pulp, it's not the same when we want to use it for solid wood, for furniture, and so on. So it is good quality for the use we want.
Thank you. Do you see completely new areas where do you see completely new areas where wood-based products could be used? If so, which areas?
Yes, that's an interesting question, because what we have in mind about wood-based products today and composites is they're using them for furniture applications, for building applications, but now these are combined with other materials, with plastic materials, with glass even, and so on, and they can have other application. And they have today, and they have started to have, more in construction, in automotives industry. I think in the future we will see a nice building, and then we will see some materials, and we think, oh, what is that? So it will be a combination of wood, because wood should be there in some form.
Another question from the audience. Bio-based materials research is a very broad area. Which focus areas do you see for SLU in general?
Okay, that's a nice question. For SLU in general, is that working with biomaterials, of course, someone can say forests is number one, and there are a lot of materials we can get. And now the chemical industry is looking of materials that we can get from our forests. The agricultural sector can give a lot of materials as well in fibrous form, or making chemicals out of them. I showed today about starch, soy, and so on, and there are more. For me, an important area to be able to use side streams and buy products, residual products from these industries, from the forest-based and agricultural-based industries. So we can use everything we can.
Yes, we'll see if we get any more questions from the audience. I would like to get back to recycling systems for wood.
Yes, it's a very good topic.
Yeah, it's a nice topic. How far have we come with the recycling system for wood?
Yes, today we have only mechanical systems, so we can recycle again by chipping. And the quantities are really small. So most wood today is incinerated. That means we burn it to create energy for the plant itself or heating for the people. And in some countries also they landfill, which is not a very good option. So there are really huge quantities still out there, especially wood-based panels, that we must find solution. And I mentioned fiberboards because that's a very urgent situation now. We have every year 6 million tons of these materials with no recycling option at all. So we must do something. And I think the European Commission and the individual also members will see the problem pretty fast, I think.
Given 100% bio-based wood product, how many times do you think we could recycle the wood fiber?
Yes, I don't think that anyone can say that. If we can take examples from the pulp and paper sector, because they are the masters there and they have reached the limits, you can say, they can recycle paper up to 7 times. Then the material and the fibers become really small. And then we cannot use it anymore, and the only option is to burn. I think for wood products we can think in a similar way. We must try to recycle more and more times to create secondary materials, to use these secondary materials in new products. Then you can store the carbon, and at the end for sure we must burn. Now what we are doing is we start with the burning in most of times. And this is not nice for the environment.
No, really not. We have another question here from the audience. Wood affected by pests or pathogens are normally seen as of bad quality. Could such wood be particularly good for producing certain products?
All wood types can be infected by decay, fungi, and fungi, insects, and so on. Some of them are doing a little bit better than the others because they have some special chemicals inside their body. I speak very simple for the people to understand.
That's
but
good.
for most wood types, we must add some chemicals in order to prolong the life of wood. It depends what we really want to do. So low quality species, we can say, that cannot be used for building and so on, can be chipped and be used for wood-based panels. And the industry has been doing that for many years now, or for pulping and so on. But the durable species can be used for furniture, construction outdoors, so they can last more.
Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us, Sergios.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nice to be here.
Nu blir det en något längre paus. Vi kommer att ses igen 10:25 och då får ni möta Sylvia Larsson, professor i teknisk biomaterialvetenskap. Vi ses 10:25. Välkomna tillbaka då.
Jag tycker om att skapa sammanhang där både teoretisk och praktisk kunskap tas tillvara och där olika discipliner blandas. Då kan det uppstå en alldeles särskild kreativitet och man får mycket aha-upplevelser. Men det gäller också att vara modig nog att vara okunnig. Jag heter Sylvia Larsson. Jag är professor i teknisk biomaterialvetenskap. Min forskning handlar om att omvandla biprodukter från skogsbruk och från skogsindustri, men också från jordbruk och livsmedelsindustri och andra typer av biströmmar till processanpassade råvaror för tillverkning av material, kemikalier och energibärare. Vi jobbar ofta i stor skala och med industrinära tillämpningar. Och när man gör det, då kommer man ofta fram till att man måste ta reda på mer om de grundläggande fenomenen. Det kan gå ganska snabbt från ton till mikrogram. Och så hittar man svar där på hur man ska utveckla den storskaliga processen. Genom att ta fram förädlade råvaror med väldefinierade egenskaper vill jag förenkla för industrin att ställa om från en fossil till en biobaserad produktion. Att utgå från sidoströmmar, det gör att man kan hushålla med resurser och vara med och skapa ett cirkulärt samhälle. Det är också en spännande upptäcktsfärd. Det man trodde var skräp, det kan visa sig vara något värdefullt.
Då välkomnar vi Sylvia Larsson.
Tack så mycket.
Vi möts av många skrämmande framtidsbilder, inte minst när det gäller konsekvenserna av klimatförändringarna. Och många, inte minst ungdomar, mår dåligt på grund av oro för hur det ska gå. Hur ska vi kunna vända det skeppet, Sylvia?
Ja, jag har länge tänkt att det beror på att nog finns kunskapen där, men att det saknas någon slags vilja att göra någonting. Men nu börjar jag mer och mer tro att det handlar om brist på kunskap ändå.
Vad är det för kunskap som saknas?
Ja, jag tror att som det är nu så alla vet att det finns ett stort hot och det blir väldigt diffust och skrämmande. Men vad ska jag göra? Hur ska jag ta mig an det här? Och sen så saknas det sammanhang. Man vet inte. Man ser på en sak i taget. Om vi tar till exempel den här pågående diskussionen om bioenergi och kontra naturvård. Så då blir det ett åsiktskrig. Man sitter i varsin hörna och tycker att vi ska... Och då man inte ser helheten så blir det blir en väldigt... Jämför med om man vet... Vi kan inte ha både en orörd natur och ett helt förnyelsebart energisystem till exempel. Man måste... Det blir det ena eller det andra. Och där tycker jag också att vi inom utbildningsväsendet, vi måste som ta oss an det här på riktigt. Tänker ett samhälle där vi inte har någon fossil input överhuvudtaget. Om man då förbereder studenter på det, då får man de här verktygen som det handlar om att faktiskt kunna göra något i praktiken.
Och vad är det då? Vad kan man göra, alltså att göra i praktiken? Vad skulle det kunna innebära, tänker du?
Ja, alltså el är inte två hål i väggen, utan det är ju faktiskt kärnkraft, det är torrfåror, det är kolkraftverk och så vidare. Så praktiskt så blir det, man får göra sina val, antingen eller, och naturligtvis inte fullt ut, men det blir mer konkret. Och sen kan man naturligtvis jobba med de här frågorna. Det kommer att finnas hur mycket jobb som helst att göra. Ska vi göra en fullständig omställning, då finns det mycket jobb.
Ja, du jobbar ju med de här frågorna. Varför inte lyssna på din föreläsning så kan vi fortsätta vårt samtal efteråt. Så gör dig själv redo, Sylvia, så ska jag be att få introducera Sylvia Larsson, professor i teknisk biomaterialvetenskap. Och hon ska prata om raffinerade biprodukter för raffinerade bioprodukter. Varsågod, Sylvia.
Tackar! Jo, jag vill ju berätta om det ämnesområde som jag blivit professor för, teknisk biomaterialvetenskap. Och som ni ser så har jag delat upp det i 2 delar. Dels raffinerade biprodukter och sen raffinerade bioprodukter. Och nu ska vi se. Jo! Att ta fram raffinerade biprodukter, det är alltså att göra om ganska skruttiga råvaror till någonting som har förbättrade egenskaper. Och det är mycket att lösa problem. Man försöker förbättra dem för nedströmsprocesser. Medan om man pratar om raffinerade bioprodukter, då söker man efter att framställa raffinerade biomaterial med lite fräsiga egenskaper. Och då får man fara ut på upptäcktsfärd. Men om vi tänker oss det stora sammanhanget, vad handlar det egentligen om? Jo, då blir man varse att vi jobbar faktiskt med en fråga som är en av de största och viktigaste i vår tid. Det ser faktiskt så här illa ut att bara 14% av den energi som vi har globalt, energiproduktionen, energikonsumtionen, det är förnyelsebart. Och resten är fossilt och kärnkraft. Och man ska också komma ihåg för sammanhanget, och det jag ska berätta vidare, det är att energi, det är ofta sånt som vi inte ser och inte kan ta på. Medan material och kemikalier, som också är då producerade mycket från kolbaserade råvaror, det är de materialen och kemikalierna jag pratar om. De är ju någonting man kan ta på, och det är materia. Men det som man då kan tänka på, det är hur mycket kol vi har där ute. Om ni ser omkring, titta lite grann, då kommer ni upptäcka vad mycket kolatomer ni ser. Här har jag till exempel några granar, och sen ser jag en massa stolar, vi har en dator och så vidare. Så att egentligen överallt så finns det kolatomer. Och om vi nu ska nå fram till en fossil och hållbar planet, ett fossilt och hållbart samhälle, då har vi det här att röra oss med. Det är sol, det är vind, det är vatten, och sen har vi biobaserat kol. Och då om man ska ställa om, så tycker jag ju, och det är många med mig, att om vi ska öka andelen förnyelsebar energi, då ska vi satsa på sånt som till exempel sol och vind i större utsträckning. Och där finns det en fantastisk utveckling just nu. Det blir mer och mer lönsamt med sol och vind. Och det håller faktiskt på att slå fossila källor när det gäller ekonomi. Och däremot då, med kemikalier, kemikalier och material, alltså sånt som vi ska nu göra som är lite mer avancerat. Vi har ju virke och massa och så vidare som vi känner till redan. Men om vi ska göra mera spännande produkter och kanske också ersätta all den fossila input vi har på den sidan, då ska vi använda biprodukterna från de nuvarande kedjorna. Och det vi håller på med inom forskningsvärlden, om vi nu tittar särskilt på forskningen, så finns det mycket och viktig forskning som jobbar med grundläggande processer. Och när man utför den typen av forskning, då vill man ha kontroll, och man vill ha rena råvaror som gärna kan uttryckas i någon form av kemisk förening. Just för att kunna hålla koll på den här processen som man studerar. Så att den inte blir störd av föroreningar och att man inte kan hålla koll på alla parametrar. Och då kan man titta på processen mera i detalj. Men när vi kommer in i bilden, då handlar det om att öka skalan på det här. Och då kan labbmiljön se ut så här. Det här är vårt biomassateknologiskt centrum som ligger nära mitt hjärta. Och då är labbet betydligt större. Råvaran ser också annorlunda ut. istället för att ha en kemisk förening så har du något som ser ut så här. Och det är som inte samma frågor det handlar om. Problemen vi ska lösa här, det handlar alltså om att ta sig an den heterogenitet som vi har i råvaran. Och att göra den hanterbar. Och det betyder alltså att vi raffinerar biprodukterna. Några exempel kan vara att vi till exempel, som i det här fallet, vi har en tidig gallring, sen röjning. Och så tar vi ut den, vi röjer eller gallrar. Och så gör vi flis. Och det blir en blandning av allt möjligt. Men om man då gör så att man delar upp det storleksmässigt. Om ni tittar på de här så ser ni att längst upp till vänster, där har ni de stora partiklarna. Och där kan man som se att det är bra mycket mer stamved och en del kottar. Och sen så i de små partiklarna, där är det mycket mer barr. Så vill man i en process ha mycket stamved, då väljer man sortimenten längst upp till vänster. Och vill man ha barr, utvinna till exempel kemikalier ur barr, då tar man barren. Likadant, vi har jobbat jättemycket med pellets. Och pelletering, det är ju ett sätt, om ni tittar på om vi pelleterar halm till exempel, hur fluffig och svårhanterad den kan vara. Låg densitet, jätteolika partiklar och väldigt besvärligt att hantera i alla system. Gör man pellets, då får man hög densitet, man får likformiga partiklar och man får något som passar i distributionssystem och går att mata in i processer. Så, då kommer vi till den andra delen av vår forskning och då handlar det om raffinerade bioprodukter. Med det området, då nyttjar man den här diversiteten som finns och det blir som ett smörgåsbord där man kan titta på alla olika arter av växter och olika strukturer och så vidare. Och så försöker man att göra någonting av dem där man kan nyttja de raffinerade egenskaperna som finns i naturen. Och det är riktigt spännande. Om vi tar ett exempel här till exempel där vi har blandat både teknik och material. Vi har tillgång till en vanlig standardteknik, hammarkvarn, där man mal sönder material och då slås det sönder. Först måste man torka och sen så slår man sönder. Och sen har vi tillgång till en annan typ av kvarn som man kan mala materialet vått i och som är baserat på rullar med sågklingor. Och då kan man styra partikelformen på ett helt annat sätt, partikelstorleken också. Så om ni tittar på resultaten där nere så har ni båda de två vänstra, det handlar om tall. Och ni ser vilka lurviga och avlånga partiklar vi får när vi kör med hammarkvarnen. Medan med den här nya sågklingkvarnen så får vi någonting med mycket jämnare partiklar och formen och storleken blir en helt annan. Kikar vi då längre till höger, då har vi när vi har malt björk och ni ser vad mycket mindre de partiklarna blir. Så då har vi liksom fått 3 olika grejer som är någonting helt olika med varandra och då blir det som, vad kan vi göra med det här då? Det här var spännande, vad ska vi göra? Och då kan vi till exempel tänka oss 3D-printing. De här som är väldigt avlånga och fluffiga partiklarna. De skulle kunna vara en slags armering. Medan de här lite mera, de små partiklarna som är jämnare, då får man en bättre ytfinish och också något som blir mer estetiskt tilltalande kanske. På motsvarande sätt, om vi ska förgasa och göra kemikalier, då vill man inte ha de där fluffiga partiklarna det blir väldigt svåra att mata. Men har man små partiklar och som är jämna, då får man dels en bra förgasningsprocess och den går att mata in i förgasaren. Så en annan sak som vi gör som jag tycker är jättekul, det är att vi gör aktivt kol och då bara från granbark. Så vi har tagit granbark och så gör vi aktivt kol. Och när man gör aktivt kol, då förkolar man och så sätter man till en kemikalie. Ganska enkelt. Och vi provade med att sätta till zinkklorid och så provade vi att sätta med kaliumhydroxid. Olika behandlingar alltså. Samma temperatur, samma tid. Och ni ser vilken stor skillnad det är. Med zinklorid så får man ganska kompakt material. Och med kaliumhydroxid då får man någonting som är otroligt poröst. Och när vi börjar mäta ytstorleken på det här kaliumhydroxidet. Det fräna det är att vi får ungefär samma ytor som med kolnanorör. Som ju är en jättemycket mer avancerad process. Ja, kommer vi dit. Vad ska vi göra med det här då? Kul, coolt, spännande. Och då kommer vi tillbaka till den här energisidan. För att med den här omställningen till vindkraft och solkraft, något som verkligen behövs, det är ett sätt att lagra energi. Och då behöver man batterier eller superkondensatorer. Och batterier, de har elektroder som är gjorda av kol. Men då vill man ha kol som inte har så stor yta. Och då skulle det här zinkloridbehandlade barken kunna passa. Medan superkondensatorer, där vill man ha väldigt stor yta som vad laddningarna kan sitta på. Och då kanske man skulle kunna ha den här kaliumhydroxidbehandlade barken. Så ni ser, det går att göra ganska avancerade material. Och rätt enkelt. Så om vi nu vill komma till det här med en fossilfri och hållbar planet. Då dels, man behöver inte gå tillbaka till stenåldern. Och en annan sak är, som jag tycker ni ska ta med er, det är att tillsammans så kommer vi fixa det. Då är det.
Det låter hoppfullt, Sylvia. Tack så mycket. Du får kliva tillbaka till din stol där så ska vi prata lite. Och där sitter du, ser jag.
Ja.
Tack så mycket. Du berättade att din forskning kräver samarbete mellan olika forskningsdiscipliner. Vilka är det ni samarbetar med och hur kan ett sånt här samarbete se ut? Kan du berätta lite?
Ja, dels handlar det ju om att ha de som kommer före. Vi ligger ju där i spannet mellan råa råvaran och den process som kommer efter. Och då måste man ju kunna lite av varje. Man blir lite av en översättare. Så att vi måste ju förstå processen nedströms. Vi behöver inte vara experter, men vi måste veta vad de vill ha. Och då behöver man kunna lite grann, men man måste också våga samarbeta med dem och inte vara så skraj av sig. Och det är kul. Man lär sig mycket också. Och vi kan tillsammans uppnå ganska bra resultat. Sen är det så, på samhällssidan är det inte så mycket.
Det sista hörde jag faktiskt inte. Vad sa du om samhällssidan?
Jo, jag sa att när det gäller samhällsvetenskap och så, då måste vi bättra oss lite.
Ja, vad längtar du efter för kontakt med för discipliner där? Är det något särskilt du har på önskelistan?
Nej, men jag tänker att just som jag sa med den här stora omställningen så det krävs ju att vi förstår att det är hela stora samhället. Och just som jag sa också, det blir spännande tanken. Lite läskigt såklart, men spännande den här tanken att med en fullständig omställning så kommer allt att förändras.
Mm. Jag vill påminna er i publiken att ni gärna får skicka frågor till Sylvia. Ni använder nya professorer@slu.se. Du nämnde i filmen att skräp kan visa sig vara värdefullt. Har du något exempel på när det liksom blev någon wow-effekt efter att ni har tagit in skräp i labbet?
Ja, en sak som jag tycker är jättekul som vi har jobbat lite med det, vi kommer att fortsätta. Det är att göra biologiskt nedbrytbara pluppar till konstgräsplaner. Ni vet de här svarta små som följer med in överallt. Och som det är nu så är de ju gjorda av en plast som inte är nedbrytbar. Fotbollsförbundet jobbar jättemycket med det här. Superroligt. Och ni kan tänka er vilken jättemarknad det är. Så att då dels har vi gjort det med grot. Och det projektet levererade om vi säger. Men nu så ska vi jobba med bark och kanske vara lite mer utvecklande. Och det är spännande. Tänk er vilka tester man måste göra. Det ska vara rätt studs.
Ja, verkligen spännande. Och du nämnde grot, det är grenar och toppar bara för den som eventuellt inte är inne i terminologi. Ja, vad spännande. Mm. Jag har fått in frågor här från publiken, jättekul. Sylvia, arbetar ni med utvinning av specialkemikalier från avverkningsrester?
Vi gör det inte själva. Alltså vi står inte... Ja, i och för sig, jag har kollegor som jobbar med extraktion. Men jag är inte aktiv inom det området. Och de kollegorna, de har nu ganska många projekt med tanniner. Och det skulle kunna vara en kemikalie för väldigt många användningsområden. Men det området är jag inte riktigt hemma på.
Nej,
Så att jag kan inte svara på frågan 100.
Nej, men du kanske kan bara ge exempel på vad man kan använda kemikalier som görs av tanniner till någonting. Bara så vi får en bild. Har du någon aning?
Ja, det är en sak som de har jobbat med, det är att få bort, alltså att minska skumning. Men du vet, jag vågar inte säga,
Nej.
för det här kan bli helt
Ja, men
fel.
då lämnar vi det. Vi tar nästa fråga istället. Vi går raskt vidare.
Ja, tack.
De raffinerade biprodukterna ser mycket spännande ut. Måste de alltid baseras på biprodukter från tillverkning av andra material? Kan de inte bli huvudmålet för produktionen?
Ja, det kan de säkert bli. Just nu så befinner vi oss ju i en tid där det är på utvecklingsstadiet. Och det gör ju att det är lite av den här hönan och ägget situationen. Vi får helt enkelt nöja oss med biprodukterna i ett stadium när betalningsförmågan inte finns. Men när den produktionen kommer, då kommer man ju få kanske bättre betalt där. Absolut.
Det blir spännande att se den här utvecklingen. Just nu har jag inga fler frågor, men jag har en egen fråga. Och det är den här visionen om en cirkulär bioekonomi som det talas om väldigt mycket nu. Hur viktig är den framtidsbilden för dig som forskare?
Ja, det är väl så att man tillhör fel generation för att verkligen se det framför sig. Men samtidigt är det väldigt spännande att tänka sig att vi skulle kunna lyckas komma dit här. Jag tror att vi klarar av det. Vi är väldigt lyckligt lottade i Sverige bara för att vi är så få per kvadratmeter och att vi har sådana resurser. Men skulle man ta sig an uppgiften på riktigt så skulle det nog vara en spännande utmaning. Men det är just det att jag tror att vi är inte riktigt allvarliga. Alla vet, men vi förstår inte riktigt vad vi ska göra.
Jag tänker på biprodukter kan ju komma från skogen eller från skogsindustriella processer, från lantbrukets olika processer och kanske från livsmedelsindustrin och så vidare. Vilka material har ni mest fokus på i din grupp? Alltså vilka strömmar så att säga har ni mest fokus på?
Du vill ta precis vad som helst. Jag tycker det är roligast så, jag tycker vi lär oss väldigt mycket. En av mina favoritmaterial det är majskolvar. Alltså det som är kvar när man har tagit bort majsen. För det är det kan man göra. Vi har bra samarbeten med en fransk större firma. Jättetrevliga är de också dessutom. Och majskolvar det är som stamved, väldigt rent och mycket stärkelse. Sen en annan sak vi håller på med, det är återvinning av kläder som inte går att återvinna längre. Alltså när det är bara det sista, det finns inte mer att göra här. Så då gör vi pellets åt ett projekt i Chalmers som gör förgasning på det. Det är också en sån där ny grej och textilindustrin är jätteintresserade. Allt är skoj.
Allt är skoj. Roligt, låter väldigt kreativt. Är det så att de flesta projekt ni driver är i samarbete med någon speciell industri eller liksom håller ni på lite så här och testa på egen kammare?
Ja, när det handlar om de här restströmmarna så är det ju mer utav det. Men sen har vi den här andra sidan när vi kan mera nyfikenhetsforska. Och då kan man ju välja fritt och man kanske också väljer lite mera specifikt. Man får ju, för att då är vi lite på den här grundforskningsnivån och då vill man ju veta exakt vad man tog in och vad som kom ut. Va? Så det är lite grann, det är två väldigt olika verksamheter.
Vi har fått in flera frågor nu från publiken. Finns det några vanliga biprodukter som anses skruttiga idag som har potential att bli intressanta imorgon? Du kanske har berört det, men du kan väl lyfta några fler exempel?
Ja, alltså bark är ju en jätteresurs just nu. Massabruken blir mer och mer effektiva, behöver mindre och mindre bränsle till sina sodapannor. Och där har vi ju en väldigt spännande och billig råvara med mycket olika typer av kemikalier, mycket som håller på med det, extraktion. Och som sagt, de här plupparna, de tror jag vi kan göra av bark. Fotbollsplupparna. Så att det är nog dit och en av de saker vi ska göra. Sen är det ju, jag tycker mycket av det här som, alltså inte rena hushållssopor, men med sorterat så finns det mycket att göra.
Ja. Du pratade om att du rör dig mellan mikro- och makroskala. Har du någon gång upplevt att resultaten i de där två skalorna ser olika ut?
Ja, jo då. Och det har väl framförallt att göra med att i stora skalan så får du mycket mindre kontroll över, alltså råvaran blir ju så mycket mer divers. Och sen är det ju två väldigt olika problemställningar. I de problem du kommer i kontakt med när du tar upp det i skala, det blir mycket mer mekaniskt. Och där känner jag mig egentligen mer hemma. Jag är inte kemist, men däremot så har man ju liksom, man är halvhändig på något vis. Och så har jag så oerhört bra arbetskamrater som klarar av den sidan. Just den där spannet mellan att ha dem som verkligen kan praktiken och sen få vara med dem som är riktiga, inte kanske forskare utan till och med vetenskapspersoner som är väldigt specialiserade. Och så sen får man ligga däremellan och ha det fint.
Nu ska du få en fråga från publiken som jag tror att du kommer att gilla. För du har pratat ganska mycket om ungdomar och framtidstro och sådär när vi har förpratat inför det här. Hur får vi dagens ungdomar att bli mer intresserade av de frågor som du och många på SLU jobbar med?
Ja, jag tror det gäller att fånga upp den här engagemanget som finns. Alltså ungdomar är ju, som sagt, det är hemskt att man liksom ska fånga dem för att de är så uppskrämda. Men då är vi tillbaka till det här att vi ska kunna erbjuda någonting som de känner att det kan bli ett verktyg. Jag tror att om vi skulle gå ut med att vi har den totalt förnyelsebara idén om en utbildning, det skulle jag vilja prata med vår rektor om.
Ja, hon lyssnar nu så du kan ju ringa henne sen senare eftermiddag efter sändningsslut.
Vi tar det då.
Ni får ta det då. Ja. En sista fråga innan vi avrundar. Kan du säga någonting om var du hoppas att ditt forskningsområde befinner sig om på 5-10 års sikt? Tänker du om det?
Ja, jag hoppas att vi har blivit bättre på att, alltså vi behöver ju skaffa mer och mer kunskap om att nyttja den här skatten som vi sitter på med olika typer av material. Alltså än så länge så där fattas det mycket kunskap. Men de som sitter nedströms och vill ha olika processer, alltså de kan väldigt lite om råvaran som kommer in. De tar någonting. Och vi är lite sådär också, vi behöver kunna mer. Det skulle vara bra att kunna ge mycket mera konkreta råd. Att veta vad som passar vad. Och också kunna göra det utifrån en realistisk syn. Så att vi inte bara säger om ni ska ta det här lilla tallbarret. Och så ska ni göra 400 000 ton av någonting. Det kommer liksom inte gå.
Så att komma ännu närmare tillämpning och att kunna ge råd och stöd i olika processer. Ja.
Men med stöd på den, vad ska jag säga, den mera basala forskningen, att kunna vara bättre på att koppla ihop de världarna.
Stort tack Sylvia Larsson för att du var med oss.
Tack så mycket själv, det är roligt att vara med.
Ja, kul. Då är det dags för en kort paus innan vi fortsätter igen klockan 11. Och då får ni möta Hannele Tuominen som är professor i skoglig växtfysiologi. Så välkomna om bara några minuter. Time to welcome Hannele Tuominen, but first we will watch her video.
My path to become a scientist was quite straightforward. I was very interested in plants when I was a child and a member in a nature club at school. And this inspired me to study biology. And I had very good female teachers during my studies in biology, and it was also a very exciting time because molecular biology was developing as a field, and it also influenced the plant physiology that I was studying. My name is Hannele Tuominen, and I am professor in forestry-related plant physiology. My research focuses on wood formation. We work with factors that regulate how much wood is formed and what kind of quality the wood has. And in particular, I'm interested in the life and the death of the individual cells in the woody tissues. So what is regulating how long time the cells live and when they do die, because the death controls many of the properties of wood. For instance, lignification and the amount of cellulose that is deposited into wood. So one of the goals with my research is to understand how important genes regulate formation of wood. But in the long run, we wish to use these genes and the understanding to create trees that have properties that are better suited for certain end uses, such as bioprocessing for biofuel production. The main inspiration in my work is maybe to find novel regulators of wood formation. But what is also very important for me is that my findings can be utilized for the benefit of the society in the future.
Welcome, Hannele Tuominen.
Thank you.
As you explain in the video, you try to understand how genes regulate how much wood is formed and of what qualities. You and your colleagues do a lot of research on aspen. How is that?
Broadleaf trees such as aspen is an underexploited resource, and I wish in my research to promote the use of broadleaf trees. And then why we use aspen, or rather hybrid aspen, a clone T89, is actually a coincidence. It comes back to 1980s, when in the middle of 80s the technology for transforming plants developed really, and towards the end of 80s, Ulle Olsson and Göran Sandberg at the Department of Forest Genetics and Plant Physiology started looking around at whether we could genetically engineer and make transgenic trees, and looked what trees were around, and there was a hybrid aspen clone in the greenhouse, or rather in the tissue culture, brought from former Czechoslovakia. And it turned out that this clone was very easily amenable to genetic transformation. So it has stayed, and it has spread actually around the world. So there's many laboratories in the world using this particular clone. Mm-hmm. And what is good about aspen is, I mean, it is not economically important almost anywhere in the world, but poplar is, and aspen and poplar belong to the same genus, are very similar. So there's a lot of researchers and a lot of resources for the work with poplar, and we can utilize, when we work with aspen, the Swedish or the European aspen, many of these tools and resources that are developed in the poplar species.
Okay, and I understand aspen is also a good representative of many other species, isn't it?
Yes, so as I said, so we can take a lot of knowledge and resources from the work in various poplar species and do that in aspen or hybrid aspen. In the same way, we can transfer a lot of the information and knowledge from aspen and hybrid aspen to other tree species and also to other plants. I mean, what is very nice about plants is that they are all pretty much the same. I mean, it's pretty much the same genes in all species. It is very small details that actually differ between different plant species, and that actually counts also for animals. So there's not a lot of differences in the genes themselves, but rather the regulation of the genes.
Yeah, you mentioned.
So information can be very easily transformed between different species.
Mm. You mentioned the small herb backtrav before. Can you say something about that?
Yes. So we do a lot of research with this very tiny Arabidopsis thaliana, in Swedish backtrav. And it's the same there. There's quite a lot of wood. If you grow these plants for 2 months, for instance, and you make a cut through a certain part down in the plant, and then you compare to a cut of a young aspen tree, and you can't almost tell which is which. Mm-hmm. So there is quite a lot of wood done even in this herbaceous Arabidopsis species. So we use that a lot as a model because it has many advantages. It grows very rapidly, and it has a very small genome, etc., etc. So it is a model species, really like a Drosophila for the plants.
That's very interesting. And now let's listen to your lecture. So please enter the stage, Hannele.
Thank you.
And then I would like to introduce Hannele Tuominen, professor of forestry-related plant physiology. And she's going to talk about the life and death of xylem cells determine the properties of wood. Please, Hannele.
I would like to start by talking about numbers of cells in a tree, and especially number of living cells in a tree. It has been approximated that the numbers of the living cells is maximally counted in billions, so 10 to the power of 9. And this is not a lot. If we compare it to the number of living cells in a human being, it has been reported that this number is 37 trillion, so 10 to the power of 12 in a human being. So several orders of magnitude fewer cells in a tree compared to, for instance, a human body. Why is that? Are the cells in a tree so much bigger than, for instance, in a human being, that there's not so many cells that fit into a tree? That might explain a bit of the differences. But certainly the most important reason is that most of the cells in a tree are dead. So if you look at this slide, you can see that it is a cut through aspen stem. There's the wood to the right with the nice earrings and the brown bark to the left. And both these tissues consist mostly of dead cells. The only living tissue here is in between the wood and the bark. There is a zone of very rapidly dividing cells that produce xylem cells that form the wood inwards in the stem and phloem cells outwards in the stem. And the function of these xylem elements in the wood is to transport water, among a few other things. And the function of the phloem cells is to transform the photosynthetic products down from the needles and the leaves. And I have been interested in the whole process of especially the wood formation in trees. So from the whole plant level down to the smallest molecules, deposition of lignin, hemicellulose, and cellulose into the walls of the individual xylem elements. And especially the regulation of these processes. So what are the genes, proteins, and metabolites that regulate these processes? And as was discussed already earlier, so my favorite tree is aspen, the European aspen, and also a hybrid between the European aspen and an American quaking aspen. And this is actually how the hybrid aspen looks like in the conditions in our greenhouse. And this is a wonderful tree to work with. It grows very rapidly. It has quite small genome size, which makes it easy for us to identify the genes and proteins that regulate various growth and development processes. It can also very easily be genetically modified to produce transgenic trees using techniques, for instance, such as the CRISPR-Cas9 technology. But aspen and hybrid aspen are not suitable only in the laboratory or in the greenhouse conditions. They have a beautiful white wood that is used as a raw material for several different products, such as furniture, matches, and sauna panels, of course. So coming back to the dead cells, or actually the death of these cells, especially in the xylem, in the wood. And here in this image you can see again a cut through aspen stem, the bark to the left and the wood to the right. And I have stained this cut here in a way to distinguish the living cells from the dead. The living cells are stained here lilac, and the dead cells are not stained. And you can see that there's most lilac color, most staining in the middle, exactly there where the cell division is ongoing, producing the new cells. And I have marked here with a red line in the wood a zone where most of the cells die. The stain disappears, and this is where most of the cells die. And you can see that the death of most of the cells occurs pretty simultaneously around the circumference of the tree. And looking with a higher magnification, you can again see the red zone where most of the cells die. And if you look carefully in this image, you can see in the wood that there's two different types of cells. There's cells with a bigger diameter, and these are the water-transporting vessel elements. And the other cell type, the smaller diameter ones, let's call them simply as fibers. And you can see that the water-transporting vessel elements are not stained, while the small diameter fibers are stained. And this means that the vessel elements die before the fibers die. And an intriguing finding for us was that it seems that the vessel elements die too quickly, too rapidly, before they are fully differentiated for their functioning water transport. We and a few other laboratories saw that lignification of these cells continues even after their death. So they have enough time to deposit the cellulosic cell wall, but they don't have enough time during their lifetime to deposit lignin. So, how is it possible that something can continue, that the lignification continues after death of a cell? And this is possible because these vessels have good neighbors. Looking again at a higher magnification, in this picture you can see now part of a vessel element to the left with the greenish walls marked in this image. And you can see that it is empty, it is certainly dead, and it is most probably transporting water. And now there are good neighbors surrounding this dead vessel. And these good neighbors, they are alive. And what they do is that they produce precursors for lignin that are transported to the dead vessel element. And in this way, kind of finalizing the differentiation of the vessel element after it has died. And the good neighbors have also another function, and this is to guarantee that the type of lignin that is being deposited into these vessels is of the correct type. There's two different types. There's S-type and there's G-type lignin. And the vessels prefer to have the G-type because this is better for the water transport purposes. And we have identified a mechanism that is at least partially responsible if guaranteeing that it's only the right type of lignin that is being deposited into these vessels. So, the water transporting vessel elements seem to be really in a rush to differentiate and die for the purposes of water transport. And what about the other cell type, the fibers? And there's many question marks related to these fibers. Why do they have to die? They are not transporting water. What is the trigger killing these cells? What is the underlying molecular mechanism? And finally, how does the lifetime of these fibers correlate with wood properties? And it is believed that death of all xylem elements is a suicide. There is a genetic program that is telling the cells to die. And we have identified at least parts of the molecular mechanism that is involved in this cell death process. But we don't know what is really the trigger of cell death. And we and a few other laboratories have seen that the lifetime of the xylem fibers correlates with the cell wall thickness. So if you look at this image and you look at the small diameter cells that have the red cell walls, they have had a longer lifetime. And now they have really thick cell walls. The cells are pretty much filled with cell wall material, and in this case, rather pure cellulose. So the longer the lifetime in the fibers, the more biomass is deposited into the fibers, and finally also into the whole tree stem. I talk a lot about molecular mechanism, identification of it. What is it important for? What can it be used for? And I give you two examples. And the first one is about the fiber cell death. So identification of the molecular mechanism that controls death of the fiber elements could allow us to modify with genetic engineering or traditional breeding methods lifetime of these fibers in a way to prolong their lifetime and hence allow bigger deposition of cell wall material into these cells. And the second example where results from my research could be utilized is to modify lignification in a cell-specific manner. So it is obvious for any breeding program why to increase biomass production. But why to modify lignin? Lignin is of course important for the tree, but it is a nuisance for most of the downstream applications, such as pulping and bioprocessing. On the other hand, lignin has a high heat value, and it is becoming a source of interesting new products, such as carbon fibers. So we would like to breed trees that have lower lignin content, but we would also like to breed trees that have more lignin or maybe different composition of lignin. And then the next question comes. How do trees with high or low lignin grow, and how do they survive in nature? And to answer to that question, it is interesting to look how lignin chemistry varies in nature. And we have done this both in aspen and hybrid aspen. And here you can see data for 164 hybrid aspen clones. Each green bar depicts unique hybrid aspen clones. These are clones that have been produced since 1939, originally by the Swedish Match company, and carefully characterized by Skogforsk during several decades. So if you look at this slide, you can see that lignin content varies quite a lot between the different clones, from 16% up to 24%. And the chemical composition of lignin, the proportion of the S and G lignin, varies even more among these clones. So there is a lot of variation. And then if you look at those bars that I have marked red, these are clones that have been identified by Skogforsk as superior on the basis of volume, growth, and presence of pathogen damages. And you can see that the superior clones, they can have any lignin content, and they can have any kind of a composition of lignin. And this means two things, that growth does not seem to be primarily determined by content of lignin or chemical composition of lignin. And second, that breeding for trees with high or low lignin does not seem to necessarily influence negatively growth of the trees. And these superior hybrid aspen clones that I just showed you data for, they are being commercially used in Sweden today in short rotation practices, mostly in southern Sweden. And the best of these clones produce up to 25 cubic meters per hectare per year in southern Sweden. And this is a high volume growth rate, especially considering that no fertilizers have been given to these short rotation cultivations. And I wish in my research to produce knowledge as well as improved clones of hybrid aspen or even birch to be used in such short rotation cultivations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannele Tuominen, and please welcome back to your seats. And as you probably have noticed, we are now, I'm in Uppsala and the professor, in this case Hannele, is in Umeå. So we are speaking through cameras with each other. Well, thank you very much, Hannele. You just mentioned that hybrid aspen is grown in short rotation cultivation in Sweden. What does that mean?
It means, as the name says, the rotation time is rather short. So if we think of our natural forests, mainly conifer forests, so the rotation time sometimes can be up to 100 or 120 years. So these hybrid aspen cultivations are typically harvested at the age of 20 to 30 years. So this is a short rotation time.
And how big areas are cultivated with those short rotation stands?
It is not big areas. It was more popular. There was really a boost in 1980s after the energy crisis. New clones were produced and new trials were started. Today, maybe it's only a few thousand hectares that are being used commercially.
Hybrid aspen is not a domestic tree species. What is your view of using exotic species in Swedish forests?
This is a very important aspect that we always kind of need to really carefully take into consideration. And I don't really have any view or opinion on it. My task is rather to produce information on interesting clones, information on how they grow, try to produce more clones to be used if that is desired. So, but what I could say is that hybrid aspen, so the hybrid between the European and the American aspen, I mean, it is kind of half European, half native to us, and that it has been grown here since the 1940s. And there are no reports of any kind of big problems with growing hybrid aspen. So in a way, it is kind of becoming a native species. But of course, there are other species that could be brought to Sweden where we don't have the experience how they behave in our forests and in our nature.
You have mentioned the word clone many times. Could you just explain very briefly what it is to those viewers that are not familiar with the term?
Yeah, clone means that the genotype is identical in all the individuals within the clone. So typically there is one tree from the beginning, and then it is being propagated vegetatively to create a clone.
And what are the different techniques that can be utilized to produce clones with improved properties?
There are many techniques. So there is, of course, the traditional breeding methods that have been used in Sweden, select plus trees and cross those and go gradually to new generations, and this is a very slow process. Genetic engineering is another technique. This is a very fast technique to modify genes where we have identified what is the role of these genes, for instance, in wood formation. It is a very fast and very precise technique, but we can't use that. So we have to find other techniques for these purposes. And there are other techniques. I mean, the information about these molecular mechanisms that I talked about, and also the natural variation that we have, allows us to identify variants of genes that go hand in hand with a trait, that correlate with a variation in a trait. And then we can use this variant, a gene or a very small part of the gene, as some kind of a marker. And we can go to orchards very early during tree development and see which of the individuals do have this gene variant, this marker, that we already know on the basis of our molecular work that this marker will give us trees that grow better or have a certain type of wood.
Mm-hmm. Mm, thank you. We have a few questions from the audience now. Hannele, can promotion of wood formation become too efficient? And what kind of negative effects of a too efficient wood formation can you see or envisage?
Okay, I didn't quite get the second point, but the first part.
I can read it again.
I can start with the first,
Okay.
And of course we can't know where the limits are, but I believe that we can increase wood formation significantly in trees. I mean, if you compare, it's maybe not really fair to compare, but I mean, if you compare to the agricultural side and if you look at how maize or wheat looked like in the beginning and how much yields have been increased there, it is not possible probably to get those yield increases in trees, but I believe that there's a lot to gain. And then the question was that can it be too much?
What kind of negative effects? Are there any negative effects of a too efficient wood formation? Can you see any such negative effects?
I mean, that is a good question. And any kind of breeding for any new property, I mean, it is really important that this is followed up in careful trials. So any modification can have a negative impact on some other property.
Mm-hmm. Another question now. Is there a difference between tree species regarding the amount of living xylem cells? If so, what could be the reasons for that?
Unfortunately, I haven't looked at so many tree species, but what was really surprising to me was that when we started working a bit with the conifers and looking at spruce, and we saw that I showed you in the slides the red line where most of the cells died. So this position where most of the cells die seems to be quite equal, for instance, in aspen and spruce. So it seems to take approximately the same time for the cells to deposit the secondary the cell wall material, cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, and die. So that has been surprising to me. And I haven't seen any examples where the lifetime would depend on which species it is. But unfortunately, I haven't looked maybe enough. There could be situations. But the lifetime varies a lot, depending on the conditions. So the age of the tree, and also, for instance, I showed you the example where the cells were filled with cellulose. So this happens in a situation when kind of mechanical or gravitational stimulus is experienced by the tree, so a stress condition, and they stay alive a long time, and they keep on depositing cellulose into the cells. So within trees, certainly there's a lot of variation, but between species, unfortunately, I don't know.
No. We have a last very nice question for you, I think. What is the biggest challenge in going from basic research in your area to practical applications?
Yeah, that is always a difficult question, and I must say that when I started working with hybrid Aspen clones, as I said, produced by a Swedish match company originally, and that have been characterized really carefully by Skogforsk, and many of those clones actually, since, as I said, the interest in hybrid Aspen is a little bit decreasing at the moment, so many of these clones are disappearing. But what was really nice for me to realize is that as soon as we can identify clones that grow better and that have interesting wood properties, they can enter the commercial production and they can be sold to farmers who want to have those clones. So suddenly, from having very long way from the basic research we do to applications, there is a possibility to really contribute rather quickly, identifying among existing clones of hybrid Aspen those that have good properties, but we know that grow well. So there are challenges, and I would also like to say here that this is nothing that we want to think too much about, because most of the applications, as many of you realize, I mean, they kind of come by accident. So I don't think that we should do research in a way that we think, what is the outcome, what is the application? Because it many times doesn't come that way, but it comes another way.
Thank you very much. And I think that was the last question, and it's time to end up the session before lunch here. So thank you very much, Anneli Tuominen, for attending the broadcast.
Thank you.
Nu tar vi sändningspaus till 12.30 och då kommer ni att få möta Michael Gundale, professor i skoglig vegetationsekologi. Så välkomna tillbaka 12.30. Vi ses då.
I became a researcher because I'm very attracted to the unknown, and research dives into the unknown and answer questions that society needs answers to. My name is Michael Gundale, and I'm a professor of forest vegetation ecology. I focus on plant communities, and I'm interested in how plant communities vary across space and time. I'm also interested in how those plant communities drive key ecosystem processes like carbon uptake or nutrient cycling. So I also focus on the interaction between plants and soil microbes and the interaction with the nitrogen cycle. I'm motivated, first of all, out of a curiosity for understanding how forests are organized and how species interact with each other. Secondly, I'm motivated by the pursuit of solving problems that are important for society, many of which involve forests, how they operate in the global carbon cycle, or how society values different aspects of forests. With my research, I hope to achieve a better understanding of what organizes plant communities, specifically so we can have a better understanding of how much diversity can occur in communities and why. I also hope to understand how plant communities drive ecosystem functioning.
Welcome, Michael Gundale.
Hey, Malin.
Hey! Why forests, Michael?
Great question. I would say, first, on a personal basis, I am interested in forests because I find them dark and mysterious in some sort of way. So I like to be in them. I like to spend time in forests. From more of a professional point of view, I find it interesting how society values forests in many different ways. Society values their production, their climate effects, carbon storage, for instance, and biodiversity. And all of these things are controlled by biological processes. And so I find it interesting to study those basic things that control those factors.
You grew up in the United States, in Minnesota, and you got your doctoral degree in Montana. How did you end up in Sweden?
Good question. After I finished my PhD in Montana, I really liked doing forest research, and I wanted to stay in the field as a researcher. So I started looking abroad to the best forestry schools in the world, and SLU is one of those. So a position came up here just perfect for me, and so I really took the opportunity to come here and work at one of the best institutes in the world.
And what do you appreciate the most with working in Sweden and at SLU?
I think SLU is a great place to do research because, for one, it's a very large forestry school, the forest faculty. So you have a critical mass of people here with lots of different expertise and lots of people with similar expertise at the same time. So it's a great environment to collaborate and network. It's also a great experimental infrastructure and analytical platforms at SLU. So it creates a great opportunity and environment to do very good research, I think.
You just became the program director of the Trees for the Future program at SLU. Can you tell us something about that program?
Yeah, it's a strategic research initiative to support forest science and forest management science. And it's a collaboration between Umeå University, SLU, and Skogforsk. And the goal of the program is to bring to sort of bridge some different research environments across those institutes to do forest science. And we will be focusing in the next 5 years on breeding and genetics is one of the major themes. Forest composition is another major theme, and soil carbon is another theme.
How could this program Trees for the Future contribute to realizing the vision of a circular bioeconomy, would you say?
Yeah. So circular bioeconomy depends on biomass production, replacing fossil fuel intensive products. And so forestry and forests are a place where that biomass can come from. So the program aims to improve an understanding of some factors that control forest growth. But another part of the sustainability is the climate impacts of forests, and carbon is one part of that. And soil carbon specifically is a big part of that. So the program addresses both the production aspect and the soil carbon storage aspect.
Thank you. Well, let's listen to your lecture. So please enter the stage, Michael. And we will continue chatting after your lecture. I would like to introduce Michael Gundale, Professor of Forest Vegetation Ecology, talking about the hidden gears that help us understand how forest ecosystems function. Please.
So I want you to imagine walking into your favorite forest. And I want you to think about the textures, the colors, and the shapes of leaves you see in that forest. And I want you to think about the soil under your feet, the organic matter, and the smell of decomposition. So those are all signs and symptoms of how that particular forest functions. And today I want to talk about 4 basic gears that help us understand the variation from one forest to another and how forests function. So the first is the most apparent gear, and that is the plants. Have to start with the plants. And to do this, I want to start by going back to a different place and a different time. This is 1997, when I was fresh out of the university with some training in plant taxonomy. And I got my first job as a botanist for the Chippewa National Forest. So during that summer, my job was to search the forest for red-listed species. I had a list of over 100 species I had to learn that summer and look for. And at the time, I very much thought about plants in a taxonomic sort of way. I thought about what division or class or genus did a particular species belong to. Here are a couple of my favorite groups of plants that I looked for that summer: ferns on the top, orchids on the bottom. But as the years and decades passed, I started to adopt a complementary way of looking at plants, as did much of the field of ecology. Here I have some common plant species found across Scandinavia. And here I've ordered them in a non-random way. I've ranked them actually from left to right. And I've ranked them according to what we call the plant economic spectrum. So by economic, I don't mean how humans value the plants, but I mean about how plants actually utilize their resources in different fundamental strategies. On the right-hand side, we call these plants so-called fast plants. So these plants invest into large, thin leaves, which can achieve a very high rate of photosynthesis and growth. But the trade-off is these leaves don't last very long, so when a plant invests nutrients into those leaves, they're lost from the plant very quickly. And this leads to a low nutrient use efficiency of those nutrients. On the other side, we have the reverse of that trade-off. We have plants that really design leaves that conserve their nutrients. And these nutrients then last a long time in the plant, but the plants at the same time can achieve much lower rates of photosynthesis and growth. So it's a fundamental trade-off in how plants use their nutrients. I want to explore the different ends of this spectrum a little more. We've done a lot of research in the Vegetation Ecology Lab on the left-hand end of that spectrum, so resource-poor communities. One great example of this are the feather mosses. They hold on to nutrients and release them very slowly. They have a very novel way of acquiring nitrogen in nitrogen-limited systems. They associate with cyanobacteria. This is a very expensive process that cyanobacteria carry out. They fix nitrogen, which delivers nitrogen to those mosses. On the right, you can see a photo of a nitrogen-poor community just above tree line up in northern Sweden. And this is an experimental site that my colleague Marie Charlotte Nielsen set up back in the 1990s. You can see the outline of one particular experimental plot, and that plot received nitrogen as a treatment. And what you can see over the course of those decades is that fast species have replaced the slow species, the slow ericaceous shrubs and the mosses that normally dominate in that environment. So this illustrates the fundamental trade-off that these species are great at dominating in nutrient-poor environments, but when resources become available, they are quickly outcompeted. Let's move to the other end of the spectrum. Here is an experiment I did in collaboration with Benedicta Albrechtsen over at Umeå Plant Science Center. Here we took aspen clones. These are fast, what we might call fast plants. And the aspen clones were taken from the Sweden aspen collection, which consisted of 120 different aspen genotypes from around Sweden. And we planted 10 of these different genotypes out in the forest and crossed them with nitrogen fertilization treatments. What we find at this experimental site is all kinds of things like to attack these aspen plants. They like to eat them or parasitize them. And this problem becomes even worse when you fertilize the plants with nitrogen. But despite that, the plants grow better with the nitrogen. It's like they can outgrow their enemies in this situation. So this is a great example of nitrogen-loving species thriving in nitrogen-rich environments. So once we understand this kind of trade-off in this full spectrum of plants, we can see from resource conserving to fast plants on the other side of the spectrum, we can start to see these plants sort out on the landscape on all types of gradients. Gradients can exist for all kinds of reasons. They can be due to geology, they can be due to elevation. In this case, in the photo you see here, is a gradient that I've studied with my colleague David Wardle, who started looking at this particular island gradient back in the 1990s. These islands vary in size, and the bigger the islands are, the more frequently they are struck by lightning, which consumes organic matter and releases nutrients into the environment, and that lets them be in early successional states. Small islands have built up a lot of organic matter and they have low nutrient availability. And you can see on these islands that the plant traits along that spectrum shift across the gradient. The slow species dominate on small islands, fast species on big islands. This pattern is so strong that if you look at even individual plant species, like birch, you can see that it has big, thin leaves on big islands and small, thicker leaves on small islands. So these patterns are very strong. Another experiment that my colleague David Wardle set up in the 90s was a species removal experiment on every one of those 30 islands. This controlled the neighborhood structure of the plants on each of those islands. We applied isotope techniques to these plots to figure out how intense the competition within the neighborhood was. And we found that on the resource-rich end of the gradient, competition was more intense. And this helped explain lower species diversity on those islands on that end of the gradient. So the plant economic spectrum is useful not only in understanding where plants dominate, but also community diversity as well. Now it's time for me to move on from plants to the next gear today, and that is the community of organisms that live in the soil. So plants and soil organisms have a very intimate relationship, and they each affect one another in both directions. The first time I really saw this super clearly myself was back in that summer of 1997 when I worked as a botanist on the Chippewa National Forest. One of the plants that I became very good at finding was this small fern. It's called the goblin fern. It grows about 2 or 3 centimeters tall, and it's very difficult to find, and it grows in maple forests. Well, about halfway through the summer, it started to dawn on me when I could figure out if a forest would have this fern or not. It had a lot to do with the soil organisms in the forest, specifically earthworms. So it turns out that in North America, in the formerly glaciated parts, we don't have any native earthworms. When the glaciers retreated, it left an earthworm-free environment. But since Europeans came to North America, they brought along many different earthworm species which are now invading these forests. And it turns out that earthworm invasions in these forests, they pump organic matter down into the soil, change the nutrient availability, and alter the plant community. And that turns out to be a bad thing, actually, for this particular fern. So exotic species are a very useful way to study the interactions between plants and soil organisms. And I continued this line of research here in Sweden. Lodgepole pine is an exotic pine introduced from North America, and it turns out it's been introduced from North America to many other parts of the world, including in the Southern Hemisphere and other European countries. So one study I did some years ago was travel around to native range locations as well as places where it's been introduced, just to see what is the community of soil organisms it associates with in its native and introduced ranges. Went to these locations, collected soil, extracted DNA, and we looked at the fungal communities. What we find is when lodgepole pine is introduced to Europe, it associates with a very similar fungal community to what Pinus sylvestris, the native pine here, associates with. But in the Southern Hemisphere, it's a much different story. There's no native pines down there, so it has to build up its own soil community that resembles the community it associates with in its native range. We apply another technique to look at the effect of soil organisms. You can collect soil from all those different geographic locations and gamma irradiate the soil to kill all the organisms in the soil, and then inoculate those soils with organisms from different geographic locations. Using this technique, we've been able to show that lodgepole pine actually benefits from the microbial community that it encounters here in Sweden. It also does in the Southern Hemisphere, but it takes quite some time for that community to develop down in those environments, whereas here it's more immediate. Now, I've talked a lot about the plant economic spectrum and that plants are closely associated with soil organisms. And I want to illustrate here that the soil community is very diverse. And just as we can think about plants along an economic spectrum, we should also think about soil organisms along a community spectrum. That large diversity of organisms, they sort out along the same type of gradient. So we find fast plants tend to associate with fast soil organisms and slow plants with slow soil organisms. And this brings me to the last 2 gears I want to talk about today, which are the currency that plants and soil community exchange, which are nutrients and carbon. So plants and soil organisms drive the nitrogen and carbon cycle. Soil organisms carry out decomposition, which releases nutrients, which plants take up. Plants fix carbon, which creates organic matter, which feeds soil organisms. One very useful way to look at the interconnection of these different gears is to alter one of the gears and see what happens in the downstream processes. So one very easy way to do this is to interfere with the nitrogen cycle and bypass it by fertilizing a forest to see what happens. We've done many studies in collaboration with a close colleague of mine, Annika Nordin, who started some long-term nitrogen fertilization experiments up near Vinden, Sweden. And here's a PhD student of ours, a former PhD student, fertilizing the forest. And when fertilizers are applied in the long term to these forests, we can see a series of changes occurring. First of all, the trees grow more and produce more needles, and that leads to more litter input into the soil. We also see that the understory plant community shifts from a slow to a fast community. You get more dominance by things like grasses, which have a fast growth strategy. We also see changes that occur in the soil, in the way carbon flows through the soil. The plants, this carbon they send below ground, they tend to hold on to it more and build roots out of it instead of sending it into the microbial community. Tend to see less respiration out of those roots. We also see a shift in the abundance of soil organisms and a downward shift and a decrease in their decomposition activity. And all of this leads to a buildup of soil organic matter. So changing one of those gears, nitrogen in this case, led to changes in all of those other gears. So this brings me to my final slide. Understanding the interconnections of all these gears is very important. For the plants and soil organisms, we can think about the diversity of life in each of those groups and how fast or slow species can drive carbon and nitrogen cycles at different rates. And this is important because it's helpful for understanding not only how one forest varies to another, but also how different sorts of change agents can impact our forests. And this can include atmospheric nitrogen deposition, which I illustrate down in the lower right. And a lot of that nitrogen fertilization work falls within that context. In the lower left is a CO2 enrichment experiment where we're going to start doing some work soon. And we're also studying the effects of fire and recovery from wildfire, as well as a variety of forest management activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Gandale. Thank you very much. And please come back to your seat again. So, welcome back.
Thank you.
You were talking about CO2, and I wonder, a rising atmospheric CO2 concentration, how could that impact the forest, forest function? Could you tell us something more about that?
Sure, yeah. So CO2 is rising. It's gone up about 30% in the last 100 years in the atmosphere. And you can think of that as having both direct and indirect effects on forests. So the direct effect is usually plants grow better when they're fertilized with CO2 in the atmosphere. So it allows them to use nitrogen more efficiently. It allows them to use water more efficiently. But there's other ways that rising CO2 can also impact forests. It leads to climate warming. Climate warming can also enhance growth, but it can lead to also increased drought events. It can lead to more wildfire activity. Another thing that rising CO2 can do to forests is enrich the plant tissues with carbon relative to nitrogen, which can lead to increased nitrogen demand of the forest. And we actually just got a project funded from Formis to start looking at some aspects of this. One aspect is whether the nitrogen-fixing mosses, which I talked about, whether they can increase their activity to actually satisfy that potential increase in demand. And another aspect that we hope to start looking at soon is to look backwards in time at using tree rings to see if the nitrogen isotopes in the tree rings are changing through time, to give an indication if the nitrogen cycle is actually tightening up or potentially loosening up through time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have a question about carbon. Biochar is a possible route for long-time storage of biogenic carbon. Natural forest fires have provided such biochars. Cars? How do you char?
Biochar, yeah.
Biochars, thank you.
Biochar, yeah.
Some
Yep.
Swedish forests have been burning frequently, almost twice every century. And now for two questions. How much natural biochar are there at maximum per hectare in nature? Well, let's start with that one, and I can take the other one
Ooh,
afterwards.
yeah. Always hard to get questions asking for exact numbers, but I do recall a paper about 10 years ago from a colleague in Norway who actually looked in northern Sweden and gave numbers about 3 to 10 kilograms of charcoal per hectare is the number that I recall. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
But don't hold me to that.
No,
I have to look
we
it
won't.
up
We
afterwards.
won't. Now, the other question
Yeah,
from
but
the
there
same.
can be a lot of charcoal.
Yeah,
There can be
yeah.
a lot of charcoal input from wildfire. Yes.
Yeah. The other question from the same person. Given a normal forest stand on a normal forest soil in Sweden, how much man-made biochar at a maximum in tons per hectare do you think can be stored for at least 100 years without any significant harmful ecological effects?
When we think of biochar and charcoal in general, we think of it as having stability on the scale of centuries to millennia. So if you put a ton of charcoal in the soil, you could expect that most of it would be there after 100 years. Yeah.
Okay.
We have an experiment actually set up near Vinden where we've added 10 tons per hectare to different experimental plots, and we're seeing what happens to the forest there. We do see some enhanced tree growth in response to that biochar, about 16% increase in the growth of Pinus sylvestris in this case after 10 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting. We have another question, and it's about Vaccinium genera. That's the blåbär, isn't it? Yeah. What are the
It's a whole genus with multiple members.
Yeah,
but that's one of them. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. What are the likely reasons why species in the Vaccinium genera, such as blueberries, have become so successful in boreal Swedish forests?
So the Vacciniums, they're a member of the Ericaceae. So it's a family of plants that's somewhat unique because they have a different type of mycorrhizal fungi. So mycorrhizal fungi are fungi that roots associate with. It's a positive interaction. And they have what we call ericoid mycorrhizae. And we think that ericoid mycorrhizae are very good at extracting nitrogen out of organic matter, basically. So in boreal forests, you have a lot of organic matter build up. So it's a great strategy for acquiring and conserving nutrients in these environments.
Okay, thank you. I think we have time for another short question. I don't have any more questions from the audience. So the last question. You started your lecture by talking about rare plants. What is the most exciting rare plant you have ever found?
Great question. I found many ferns over the years. So I was a botany technician for one summer, but then I was a botany consultant for many years after that, doing the same work. I found many rare ferns over those years. But of course, orchids are really exciting, and some of them are extremely rare. One of my favorite orchids is called ram's head orchid. It's a sort of flesh-colored orchid in the cup orchid family. And I saw one example of it the first year I worked, but I didn't find it myself. And I always wanted to find a population myself. And about 5 years of doing this, I walked into a quite ordinary forest, actually, birch, balsam fir, bracken fern, and I saw one. And then I looked around, and there was more than 200 of them in a patch. So it was really, really a special moment, actually.
Nice. Wow.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Michael Gandale.
Thank you.
Då har vi en kort paus fram till 13.05 då vi får möta Francisco Aguilar som är professor i skogsekonomi. Så vi ses strax igen.
To be a researcher is a life of learning. Every day there is something new to be studied. And one has the great privilege of being able to share that knowledge with other people, whether it's in the classroom or outside the classroom. That combination of knowledge that is applied, that can make a difference, and contributing to that state of understanding, pushing the boundaries of what we know, I think is a big reason for why I decided to become an academic. I am Francisco Aguilar. I am a professor in the Department of Forest Economics. In the context of forests, I like to study how to quantify what we value, this abstract concept of what we like, what's important to us, and why we value it. Whether it's a wood product, whether it's forest land, or the services that we get from forests, like clean water. That interconnection between why we value, how we value it, and the impact that our actions have on those resources is a central focus of my research. As a professor, the biggest drive and motivation is that of the next question. What comes after the current question, and you have come up with answers and possible answers to that. What is the next question? What is the next answer? I think that drive and quest for knowledge is a big motivation for what I do. In the long term, I hope to make a positive change in the lives of people, in the conditions of the forest resource, nationally and globally. And that's a big aspiration with my research program.
Welcome, Francisco Aguilar.
Hey, Malin.
Hey. You are a US citizen, born in Ecuador, studied in Costa Rica, Great Britain, and the US. And in the US, you also got your doctoral degree. You have received several awards for your engagement in nature conservation and the development of the forestry sector in the US. Then you moved to Sweden in 2018 to work at SLU. What can Sweden and SLU offer you as a researcher? Something happened with the connection with Umeå, I think. So we will have to wait a few seconds. And now I think we have Francisco Aguilar with us. Can you hear me, Francisco? No, I don't think so. So the technicians will work on it. So I will remember. Yeah, now maybe. Can you hear me? Great. Welcome back. We lost you for a few seconds. Did you hear my question? What can SLU and Sweden offer you? I did hear your question. Yeah, great. So, what do you think?
Yeah, and it's a great way to start a conversation because I see my life as a big puzzle, and starting with my parents, my academic upbringing, my colleagues, my grad students. Every person, every individual, every experience has a piece in that big complex puzzle. And to me, that reflects a lot on sustainability, because sustainability is a big, complex puzzle. And SLU offers that platform to look at that puzzle with very different disciplines, state-of-the-art science going on, excellent colleagues and infrastructure, so we can tackle sustainability issues. This is very complex, and I think that diversity of disciplines and expertise, very applied, makes SLU a great place to work and do research.
Thank you. In the video, you said that you're interested in how to quantify what people value in the context of forests. Could you tell us something about how research in your field is performed?
So within forest economics, we use a lot of information, data, things that we can try to measure to look at relationships. So there are data, there's information that's already there. For instance, in a lot of my work, I look at inventory information and where the industry locates and see how that relationship is established, and how the presence of the forest industry influences conditions of the forest. It's a reflection of the values for the industry and what we want from the industry to provide to society. In another instance, that data don't quite exist. So we have to come up with it. We have to ask you, others, what do you think about certain environmental conditions? How would you think if you were to have a little extra charge in the bill of your water bill for your home, for your personal consumption, if that helps promote conservation? Will you be willing to pay that little extra surcharge in your bill to ensure that outcome? So we look at two different sets of data, one that already exists, another one where we try to infer preferences and try to look at behavior in more of an experimental setup.
Okay. Why don't you tell us some more about your research? So please enter the stage, Francisco, and we will chat more afterwards. So I would like to introduce Francisco Aguilar, professor of forest economics, talking about more than money, forest economics as a tool to better understand sustainability. Please, Francisco.
When I ask you, what comes to your mind when I say the word economics? Do you think of a banknote, perhaps, and having the face of Astrid Lindgren or Queen Elizabeth II? In my case, I think of George Washington, actually. And if you think of economics and you think of money, it's because very, very often we look at money to see how we express ourselves, how we express what we like, what we don't like, what we love, what we fear, what we are willing to trade in to get something in return. And forests offer a wonderful opportunity to look at those trade-offs, look at what we value in the forest as well as what we get from the forests. The clean air, the clean water, the wildlife habitat. Forest economics represents and captures a lot of those values. And money can be an instrument that can help us achieve some of the outcomes that we want as society or things that we want to avoid. So I'll mention a couple of them. Let's start with tropical deforestation and degradation. It entails the process where tropical forests are cleared and we have something else coming in instead. Maybe you have heard about oil palm plantations, which doesn't happen only in Indonesia, but across the tropics. Degradation is a different process where actually individual trees are removed, usually for their timber value. And over the landscape, you see those species being extracted and degraded, extirpated from the landscape in a manner that's not sustainable. Now, I tell you up front, many programs have been implemented that they pay forest owners, they compensate forest owners in a way that they will not encourage, they will not engage in that kind of behavior, such as degrading the landscape. And economics tells us that those compensations do make a difference, but it's not enough to really address the challenge that we have before us. Why, you will ask? Well, we have to think about the people behind that process. The individuals who engage in that degradation, they don't do it because they're bad people. They need money for education, for healthcare. It's part of their livelihoods, of their living. So to really address the problem, we have to look at lives and livelihoods. Money will make a difference, but will not be enough. Money can make a difference, but alone will do no wonders. Closer to us in boreal latitudes, at times I'm hearing this public debate where it seems like we have this dichotomy, stark differences, where it seems like we have to completely avoid any kind of management and protect all forests. And I have to tell you that, in my opinion, that kind of dialogue is counter to any kind of sustainability outcome. Economics reminds us that having too much of something, too much of anything, is having too little of something else. We have to look at what is the right balance in our values to protect our forests and to manage them in a way that it is sustainable and is compatible with what we value. Perhaps Wood energy is a good example to that extent. Wood energy entails the use of wood and wood fibers to turn it into energy. If you have a fireplace, that's a type of wood energy. Down the street, maybe there is a power plant and produces electricity and heat from wood chips. That's wood energy. And often I hear this debate and blanket statements where wood is labeled not, or labeled wood energy is carbon neutral. Wood energy is or is not renewable. And I move away from those blanket statements. My own research and that of many others points that wood energy can be carbon neutral. Wood energy can be renewable, clean, and efficient. Show me. Show me the numbers. And we can see that with the right context, with the right platform, checks and balances, wood energy can be good, can be sustained renewable energy goals as much as ecological objectives. It can do a lot of good. But we need to have the right policies and frames to make that happen. Fortunately, in developed economies, in boreal and temperate regions, much of that is already in place. We look at the renewability of the energy, we look at the forest landscape and making sure that the carbon stocks within that landscape is not depleted. We have a system in place. It can be improved, certainly so. But to say that a system is not valid or should be thrown away is just not conducive to sustainability. So I already provided two examples as degradation in the tropics and wood energy in temperate areas. The very same market signals that create value for fibers can have negative or possibly positive outcomes. It is the context where they happen. In Sweden, we have the rule of law, we can monitor things, we have regulations that can be enforced, forests that have to be managed in a certain way. We have a system in place that can allow that sustainable management to happen. And to that extent, we need policy that is based on the best available science, not the next hashtag. And that's why we're here at SLU, to provide the best science possible to policymakers. There is a lot carrying on the shoulders of policymakers to meet the goals for sustainability. The industry has a big responsibility to play, as do forest owners, conservation groups, but I have my responsibility, you and we have a big responsibility with sustainability. And one of the ways in which we exercise that responsibility is through our consumption. We consume everyday things, from buying paper or maybe a new table for the house. Big part of your final decision to buy that product or not. But at times, even more important than that price tag is your environment, where you buy the product, what you expect others think you should be buying or doing. Your own expectations for the environment have at times a much bigger weight on your final decision as a consumer than price does. We need more consumers who are better informed about the impact of the choices that we make. Much more. We need more informed consumers than we need online influencers. Today is the 29th of April, year 2021. And over 1 year into this global pandemic of COVID, we have all experienced some level of personal loss. Tragic loss, and it will continue in the near future. Here in Sweden, we have had recommendations for us to stay at home, to be confined, and keep social distancing from one another, which is very good. We're spending more time at home, and as we spend more time at home, we start looking at that, okay, well, maybe that door needs replacement, or we're thinking about the new deck to be on the patio. Timber prices have gone up by 20-25% compared to a year ago, because we want more of that timber since we're spending more time at home. We want that home improvement project to come to life. My wife does too. We also are spending more time at home, but we're longing for the opportunity to go outside. And that's one of the safe things we can do during the pandemic, is go take a walk in the forest. I do usually during lunchtime with my wife. We live in Bäckbylle near the Umeå Arboretum. We get to see woodpeckers on almost a daily basis. The last week we saw deer. I'm looking forward to my first moose of the season, of course from a distance, but I do look forward to seeing one of them. Thousands of people, thousands of more people today are going outside and enjoying nature because we have that opportunity. And the pandemic, for better or worse, has brought that opportunity to us. The pandemic has made us realize that we want more timber, we want more nature. We want more conservation, we want more good, sustainable management. We want those forests to be there when the next pandemic hits. Forests have been there before humanity, and forests will be there after humanity is gone. It is us who needs them. And that's why we want them to be conserved, we want them to be preserved, yet we want them to be well managed. That's where forest economics comes in. Looking at our values as a society, it can help us find the balance for strict conservation, for active, good, sound management, so that in the balance, we can meet our demands, we can fulfill our needs of today without compromising the ability of future generations to fulfill their future and yet unknown expectations and values. That's where forest economics helps address the issue of sustainability. Because economics, it is a lot more than money. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Francisco Aguilar, and welcome back to your seat. And to the audience, please send us your questions to Francisco, and I will send them further to Francisco. So I'll just have a look here. Well, Francisco, how interesting to find the balance. At the moment, we have a quite polarized media debate about how to use and how to manage Swedish forests, and you were into it in your lecture. I guess the polarization is a very clear expression of different values. And could you say something more about what you think as a researcher when you listen to this debate?
I think it's great that we have people in society who are engaged in that process. It's wonderful to have values and be able, and to have the ability and the freedom to be able to express them. We cannot do it in other parts of the world. I think it's a privilege. But if we take these very extreme views, any extremism, any absolutism will not be helpful towards sustainability. We can have our strong values, but we need to be able to find a Swedish compromise, a Swedish agreement in terms of how we want those forests to be managed. And I think it's possible, but we'll need to engage in a conversation and move away from any extreme position.
So what would be your advice to the stakeholders involved in this debate and this conflict between conservation and forest management? How should they act?
I think it's very good to have a sincere dialogue. It's very important to have our own values for what we want for forests, but recognize that as a society we need to find outcomes that respond not just to our needs, but the needs of future generations and different members of society. So last week already, yeah, there was an article in the New York Times, and for anyone who is interested, if you want to Google booming, B-O-O as in boom, a booming business in American forests, you will get to an article that talks about this issue of wood pellets and wood energy and exports of pellets from the US to Europe. And I mentioned that not beyond because I was quoted and some of my research was showcased there, but the point being is the type of journalism displayed in that article. The New York Times, and the article was republished in the Seattle Times later, it shows a human face. There are people involved in this process who have a positive and a negative impact. There is no just one perspective that counts. We have to look at different perspectives. And to answer your question, Malin, I think that's what we need. We need to really step on someone else's shoes.
Mm-hmm.
And it will help us move away from some extreme views.
Mm-hmm. But to what extent would you say that the media debate represents reality? Do you think that that the debate is that polarized when you get out into the forest where people meet and stakeholders meet? What do you think? Is that?
I think once you take a walk in the forest, you realize how much of a common interest we have in protecting those forests and protecting them in a way that they sustain us for the products that we need, but also the clean water that we need, the wildlife that we enjoy and we need as well. So I think, to get to your point, Malin, I think as a society we're much less polarized perhaps than what some media seems to portray.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We have a few questions from the audience here. Today we face substantial challenges in finding appropriate trade-offs between production and environmental goods and services in forest policy. Do you think that putting economic value on environmental resources would be a way ahead? Any potential problems relating to doing so?
So when we talk about economic values, and that's why the title of my presentation is Economics More Than Money, we look at the values that include the values, for instance, that the forest exists without being used. The value of resources that are not traded in a retailer store, like carbon sequestration services, carbon in soils. So it is critical, and it's very helpful when we look at values and trying to use monetary units to evaluate those values, to assess those trade-offs. I think it's critical. We need to do that. It puts a common unit of conversation to look at those values. I think the challenge remains for us to make sure everyone's values and opinions are included in that evaluation. And of all, the biggest challenge, in my opinion, is incorporating the values of future generations. That's the biggest challenge I think we're facing today.
Mm. Next question. Let's see, this is the one. Reforestation in the tropics and elsewhere is a big issue. What values could be used, do you think, to make a change in countries like Brazil? Are there new values to be discovered?
Trying to understand the question. So there are great opportunities for reforestation in the tropics. I'll probably have to call my ecologist friends in the tropics, and they will probably agree with me that one of the biggest challenges we have when it comes to reforestation in the tropics is that those forests are so diverse, so complex, that reforestation really doesn't capture in full what natural forests provide. So there are many challenges within reforestation to try to mimic the complexities of a natural system, but there are great opportunities. And in countries across the tropics where they have engaged in a process of deforestation and degradation. I think there are opportunities for sustainable management. So some resources are extracted sustainably, and there is room to have a system where we compensate forest owners to protect those forests. But one of the big things is, again, this kind of human framework that allows the system to work. At times, laws are a little loose in other parts of the world. Enforcement is really hard to really pursue. So I think we need to look at the money. We need to look at the ecology, the legal aspects. This is fairly complex, and economics, using as a common unit of measurement, tries to capture those complexities.
I just wonder, you talked about in your lecture about the responsibility that we have as consumers, and that we need to be well informed when consuming. And then I just wonder, how powerful would you say that forest certification is as an instrument to stimulate responsibly managed forests globally?
Forest certification actually came about as a direct response to consumer concern about forests potentially being mismanaged. So I think forest certification of the management and then the communication through eco-labels, I think, carries a lot of importance to consumers. So we know that steps are being taken to ensure that the products that we consume are looking after the stewardship of forest management. The challenges, of course, remain in terms of extending the principles of sustainable forestry to parts of the world where they're difficult to do, again, partly because of legal systems that are weak, property rights that are not clear, and certification carries a cost. It's not cheap for everyone to engage in certification. So I think the cost of engaging in certification is another big challenge that we face to really promote sustainability at the margin, in tropical areas especially.
We have another question about forest certification. Is the Forest Stewardship Council (FSC) marking system is the Forest Stewardship Council marking system function in regards to palm oil products? If not, can changes be driven towards such functioning?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
No,
but I'll try to
I
answer
think
it,
does the
guess,
Forest Stewardship
Ursula.
Council work as an instrument to? No, I'm not sure, really. I can read it again. Is the Forest Stewardship Council marking system functioning regarding to palm oil products? If not, can changes be driven towards such functioning? Should we move to the next question?
Yeah, I mean, it's the one thing is, I guess, back to certification. It's a system that assures compliance with certain principles of forest management. First of all, among them, the most important is compliance with social local cultures, respecting the people engaged in the forest, indigenous communities who might depend on them. So any action that affects the well-being of local indigenous communities cannot be compatible with sustainable forestry.
We'll move to the next question. Replacing an old growth forest with fast-growing pine trees will replace the entire ecosystem of wildlife and other plants. Obviously, the original forest is not sustained. Could you address this issue?
So economics come in very, very handy, because we look at the value of the old growth forest for the value of being an old growth forest, not just its standing timber value. The value of the forest for recreational purposes, going out on a walk, like I mentioned, the value in terms of providing habitat for species that need that old growth. Young stands will not be able to support those species. Thinking of woodpeckers, for instance, and having that dead wood and other things. So economics actually looks at all those values. It's not just the timber value. Is the use value for timber, yes, or for other purposes, but also the non-use values. We put value on things for their existence, and we put value out of self-interest, but also altruistic motivations. Because we want that forest to grow old so that my kids, your kids, our grandchildren, all other generations can enjoy it. So that's actually the strength of economics. We look not just beyond timber. Financial analysis will only look at only timber values. In economics, we look at the whole big complex puzzle.
Thank you very much, Francisco Aguilar, for attending the broadcast. And now we are moving further. We're going to have a short break until till 13:40. Och då får ni möta dagens sista professor, och det är Dag Fjeld, professor i skogsteknologi. Vi ses om några minuter.
Jag tror jag drivs mycket av ren nyfikenhet. Också gillar jag drivning och transport. Men jag ser ett eller annat utmaning och där frågar jag hur fixar vi det här? För det här handlar om logistik, inte hypoteser. Vi ska leverera lösningar. Men det hjälper väldigt gott om man gillar själva verksamheten, drivning och transport. Jag gillar bilar, båtar och tåg. Ja, mitt namn är Dag Fjeld och jag är professor i skoglig logistik. Skoglig logistik i stor grad handlar om att säkra en jämn råvaruström till skogsindustrierna. Av de rätta egenskaper, allra helst till konkurrensduktiga priser. Det är så att i virkesförsörjning så märks det väldigt gott när vind och väder ändrar sig. Därför jobbar vi också mot mer robusta och konkurrensduktiga system för att få virke från skog till industri. I tillägg så är det så att för varje år blir industrierna större och större. Och då växer transportavstånden i takt med det. Därför just nu så är det väldigt stor fokus på mer kostnadseffektiv transport. Och faktiskt så är det så att miljöhänsyn och ekonomi, här går det hand i hand. Effektiv virkesstyrning, det kräver stenkoll på både resurser och virkesflöden. Skogssektorn det ligger i framkant när det gäller teknologisk utveckling. Alla de nya möjligheter som vi får från digitalisering, det tar vi gärna i bruk för att utveckla våra konkurrensfördelar. Jag vill uppnå 2 saker. Den första det är att kunna belysa nya möjligheter för en mer effektiv råvaruförsörjning. Och för det andra vill jag gärna förbereda våra studenter på att medverka aktivt i den utvecklingen.
Welcome, Dag Fjeld.
Thank you.
In the video, we could see a lot of clips where you were in dialogue with students. What does it mean to you to be in contact with forestry students?
Most of our specialized students, they go straight into wood supply positions. So we see teaching as a high impact activity. It's important to do it well. And also actually when it comes to an intellectual resource, normally when you put, say, 20, 25 students in a computer room, they can find a solution to almost anything. So it's sort of exciting too.
Mm-hmm. And what can you learn from students?
I've learned a lot. I mean, master students, they find solutions quicker. PhD students, they dig deeper. Insight, innovation, creative software solutions. Younger people, they are a bit they're a bit quicker than we other.
Well, in the video you also mentioned that environmental considerations and profitability go hand in hand in forestry logistics. How is that?
Yeah. As time goes, our mills get bigger and bigger. We have to move wood farther and farther. And basically, it's easy. Trucks, they're high cost, high emissions. Trains, low costs and low emissions. Trains also use 1/10 of the energy the trucks use. So in the future, when we're moving farther out, when we're searching for cheaper solutions, they're actually more environmentally efficient as well.
Mm-hmm. But every log has to start its journey on a track. So how to overcome that problem?
Yeah, that's a problem. Realistically, we're looking to find broader rail solutions for a more overall effective system. We're not quite there, but that's we're working on it.
You're working on it. Thank you for now. Please enter the stage, Dag, and we will listen to your lecture. So I would like to introduce Dag Fjeld, Professor of Forest Technology, talking about forest logistics, smarter solutions for working in the woods. Please, Dag.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Malin promised, a few words about forest logistics and smarter solutions for working in the woods. When you think about logistics, a lot of things come to mind. Generally, it's trucks, trains, boats, this basic transport technology, which does all the work. And the only thing we know that's sure about those is that as time goes, they just get bigger and bigger and bigger because it's more cost efficient. The difference now is that a lot of these solutions are fully digitized. You look at a logging truck, fleet management system knows exactly where the truck is, what it's doing, how much diesel it's burning. And even the latest rail wagons, of course they're getting bigger and bigger and stronger. But now the latest wagons have a digital sensor that tells you exactly how many tons are on the wagon, and most important, how many tons are coming to the mill when it arrives. But anyways, under the surface of logistics, there's a bit more. Basically 4 points we'll have a look at. What's it all about? The challenges, smart solutions, and a step into the future. So we'll start with, what's it all about? Logistics is the practical calculations of getting wood from the forest to the customer. This is something that's going on for probably 500 years in Sweden, so it is fairly efficient. But the smart end of logistics is finding better solutions to practical challenges. And that's mostly about information flow and management decisions. It's also about the perspective on what we do. It's the supply chain we think about. And the goal is an efficient or an effective supply chain all the way. Alpha and Omega, that's secure, sustainable supply. And of course, we have to deliver predictable wood quality for the processes or products which the customer is going to refine, and always low costs, always seeking competitive advantage. So in relation to that, point 2, challenges. In principle, wood supply should be easy. You have a tree, follow the tree, and it becomes logs. Each log is tagged with an assortment. However, when you're going to do this with 80 million cubic meters per year, that becomes 250 million trees, 1,000 million logs. And somehow you have to get all these logs with their dimensions, their assortment numbers, and their qualities packaged together in about 1.5 million truckloads to the right customer. So it's not complicated, but there's a lot of stuff to track. It's complex. Over the real challenge. Wind and weather, public enemy number. When it's warm and wet, the supply chain bogs down. So in a picture here, you can see 3 years of data. 2014, 15, 16. On the top, you see the weather. On the bottom, you see wood supply per week. And you see some little blue lines jumping up. That's the snow. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see wood production following exactly the same patterns. We are dependent on weather. So high season, that's where you see these jumps up. On the far right, you'll see an area where the red, which is rain, jumps up before we have cold temperatures. That's the nightmare scenario, and production drops. And the worst thing is that weather, it rarely repeats itself. So we're faced with finding a way to manage both complexity and unpredictability. And the general idea is to have a long-term perspective with constant short-term planning. And there's always a structure there. We start with our long-term strategic goals, sourcing, system development, work down to planning of flows and stocks, before we get down to management, harvesting and transport, keeping flows on track. After that, it's just the issue of synchronizing the supply chain. There's a lot of people, machinery, flows, and logistics is sort of like being a choir director. Somebody has to keep the pace, the beat. Planning, execution, control. Because the whole supply chain has to work after that. So typically when we work with the students, we're trying to explain this, I say, well, you know all those small tropical fish that are down in the Mediterranean? They swim in each direction, do what they want. If you want competitive advantage, all those fish have to come together and act as one big shark. It has to be coordinated. And then you have competitive advantage. Point 3, some smart solutions. Just 2 examples. One thing which we've actually succeeded quite well with, and something else which we are not quite there yet. Work in progress. In the picture here, you'll see tools for flow planning, which is basically which wood we sent to which mill. And what you see on the left is a visualization of exactly where the wood is coming up every week, every region and district, which is basically like a video game. You can scroll through a whole year and exactly where you have the wood at the different times. And based on this very dynamic situation, you can go to the right-hand picture, click a button, and in 60 seconds you have an optimal supply plan of where the wood should go. Which is actually 60 seconds. That's pretty good. The math's not that tough. We have new optimization solvers, so you can actually run it in Excel, which everybody's used to working in. The problem is you have to get the data in. It's a question of plugging in the right numbers, getting them in quickly, and that's about digital infrastructure. So that works. Something we're still working on. Log truck routing. Where do you drive the truck every day? Where do you pick up a load, drop it off, pick it up, drop it off? Theoretically quite complex. There's over 1 million alternatives just for one day. We have some good prototypes made by different researchers, but they require massive amounts of data to solve these problems. But in practice, the really experienced operators, they do this up to 95% of the optimum every day. Question is, how? We researchers can't crack this. Why can they do this so well? That was a question I had. So as usual, a master's student who wanted a tough job got that question to answer. And he found out that basically what they do is they just break down the problem in 4 steps and progressively reduce the complexity according to priority, feasibility, and efficiency. And then finally, there's just a few alternatives left, good ones. Smart and simple works in the woods. The student, Jonas Lindström, he also showed the effects of the way we work on profitability and service. So there you see profitability, service, and you see one group of people working with a smart model and some people working with a less developed model. For the smart model, you see a nice trade-off between profitability and service, like it normally is. And you see this other group, maybe the same profitability, but they can't get the service. So a lot of this is about The challenge, of course, is improving operations and changing our way of working from a limited model to a smarter model and keep developing these smart models. That was a bit about challenges and solutions. Point 4, stepping into the future. New opportunities, new challenges. One of those is climate. It is getting warmer and wetter. If we look at the graphics here, we see Finland in January of 2001, 2012. And the amount of days in the middle of the winter where the roads should have been frozen. The red is a problem. When it's soft, we can't move wood, and then things stop. So we have these challenges that are arriving. We know we have to fix. So if I was going to be very general, I'd say here's the future. Resilient industrial supply chains. Always up to date on operating conditions. Control our capacity of wind flows, but most important, built-in structural flexibility and contingencies for all these disturbances we used to have to handle, both in supply and demand. And of course, new digital technologies, they'll shape our future supply chains. We have lots of data on forests, roads, supply chains. But what we need is the digital infrastructure to connect this if we want the insight and the more efficient management. I think we used to say the sky is the limit. Now I'm hearing more and more the cloud is the solution. Well, it's going in that direction. But regardless, the bottleneck for future development, that's our capability to innovate our processes, our ability to change the way we work. So, I think in the future, SLU has plenty of work. All the way, research, development, dissemination, and training, the final step to success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dag Fjeld, and welcome back to your seat again. I would like to remind you in the audience that you could send questions to Dag to niaprofessorer@slu.se. So, welcome back, Dag. Thank you very much. The wood supply chain is long, with many steps from the forest stand to the industry gate you just showed us. How do all these links work together?
Well, they actually work quite well in a tight supply chain. The whole chain sort of swings to the same beat for a good chain. First step is acknowledging how your own role influences others. And after that, just a question of coordinating all the different steps.
Mm-hmm. It sounds quite simple. I was just thinking about the link, the people in different links. What can you say about are there any bottlenecks when you're speaking about people in this chain?
Yeah, it's. I think it's important that. It takes 20 years of experience if you're just going to do it at work. Mm-hmm. But especially for long, complex chains, the issue is actually understanding how whatever you do influences the others. So with students, it's quite simple. We use virtual training arenas. Mm-hmm. And we start them up on simple scenarios. We can run a whole year in an hour. And you make tougher and tougher scenarios. And then for each game, the students have to work out how they're going to improve their coordination and performance. So it's just training, basically.
Okay.
But the first issue is understanding how you yourself influence the whole chain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
And there is this work started at MIT in the 1960s. Jay Forrester and John Sterman. So you can actually quantify how people act in this context. That's something we do with students.
And what about sorry. No, I was thinking about the operational everyday work. How can people learn and improve in that context?
I know a lot of the companies have scenario exercises. What if? But they're always looking ahead, saying, if this happens, what do we do? Where do we find the limits for the organization? And it would be interesting also if everybody to the same degree had follow-up exercise. What did we do this year? We look at, okay, this happened, great opportunity. How do we exploit it? This happened, risk momentum. Did we fix it? Did we not fix it? We succeeded, okay. Remember that? We didn't succeed. We'll have another go at that.
And what can we
So
learn?
I think, but it's not that popular to look back at what you did. It's sort of more popular to look ahead at what we should do. Both ways are needed, I believe.
Yeah, thank you. We have a few questions for you, Dag. Logistics seems to be a combination of mathematics, IT, forest technology, economics, etc. What fields are most important for being a successful professor in this area?
Oh goodness, you have to have them all. But you can never be. I mean, an expert in IT is an expert in IT, and regardless of what you do, every logistics project results in a new IT solution. So even as foresters, we can't hide from the world of IT. We actually have to ourselves be fairly competent on these issues. So most important, I mean, if you ask a mathematician, that's mostly important. But having an overview, and like I said, the bottleneck for development, that's the way we work. So we have to understand how companies and the supply chains actually work. That's where we start.
Thank you. What is your own background? I forgot to ask you.
Forester.
Forester?
Canada, 87, UBC.
Okay.
But I'm working on logistics since about, I guess, the 90s.
I see. Another question here. Are the challenges to create smart solutions the same or very similar in most parts of the world? Or are there essential differences? Is Sweden unique in any way?
Yeah, the Nordic countries, which Sweden, of course, is a big part of, we have our operational conditions, and again, the weather. We use the winters, we try to survive the summers. We have the platform of IT is more advanced here in many countries. You have a sector-wide infrastructure, biometry, SDC, which we can build as a springboard for almost anything. And when it comes to infrastructure, physical infrastructure, rail, roads, it's pretty good here. So if you can't succeed here, you can't succeed anywhere.
Okay. Another question. Wood supply is weather dependent. Climate change tend to make weather more and more unpredictable. To what extent is this taken into account in the development of new wood supply chains?
When it comes to the whole chain, everybody has to be prepared for less predictable seasons. So that's the basic thing. It's tougher when you don't know what's coming and you have to be able to quickly replan, find new harvesting areas, use these roads. And a winter with no frost or just varying frosts, people have to be on their toes all the time. So it is tougher, but there's a lot of new opportunities to get new insights, connect data, figure out how to do it. Work in progress.
Well, another question from me. and it's like another topic now. How could the university contribute to accelerating innovation in the forestry sector?
I think, like I mentioned before, the most important thing is that academia has to always be aware of sector challenges. We have to be right there. And as long as we're up to date on that, we listen well. That means our energy and creativity is focused on the right issues. After that, it's just hard work.
So how close collaboration are you and your colleagues when working with improving the logistics in the supply chain, wood supply chain?
Well, for us, it's pretty easy because we work with technology, and everybody out there has the same interests. So it's easy to pick up the telephone or send an email or receive an email. We speak the same language. So I think it's business as usual.
Yeah, you speak the same language. And with that, I would like to thank you very much, Dag Fjeld, the last professor of the day. So thank you very much.
Thanks, nice being here.
Då har vi som sagt fått möta dagens sista professor, eller den sista professorn under de här 2 dagarna som vi har hållit på. Och jag lämnar helt enkelt över ordet till rektor Maria Knutsson-Wedel. Varsågod Maria.
Tack. Ja, jag tänkte komma tillbaks till morgonens ord om kunskap och hoppas att ni alla har fått med lika mycket som jag har fått. Vi har hört om vikten av långa dataserier. Definitivt hört om forskning av både hög kvalitet och hög relevans. Som spänt då från det grundläggande till det tillämpande. Och jag måste säga att mina 2 favoritcitat idag har ju varit "Det är kul" och det andra är "But we don't know", vilket för mig verkligen förkroppsligar forskningen. Så to come back to this morning's word about knowledge, I hope you all have learned as much as I. And we have heard about the importance of long data sets, long term. We have heard about research, which is of high quality and high relevance, from both the basic research to the applied. And my 2 favorite quotes today has been, "It's fun, but we don't know." 2 quotes that actually embodies research from my point of view. So thank you everyone who has been listening, who has been contributing, who has been making all this possible. And I hope you spread the link to everyone you know, so our knowledge and from our new professors and their colleagues can spread all over the globe. So thank you for today.
Tack så mycket Maria. Och det är dags att som sagt avrunda dagen. Jag vill säga att om ett par veckor så kommer ni att kunna, om ni vill se den här sändningen igen eller om ni vill tipsa vänner och kollegor om att titta på den, så kommer den att läggas ut på samma sida som ni har, från vilken ni har deltagit i sändningen idag. Så den läggs ut där så fort den är textad. Och där på www.slu.se/professorer så ligger den här fina jubileumsskriften med professorernas egna texter. Ni hittar också de här fina filmerna om respektive professor. Och som sagt, den här sändningen kommer att gå att se där om ett par veckor. Ja, och tack för alla frågor ni har skickat in som jag har kunnat vidarebefordra till professorerna. Det har varit jättebra och jätteintressant att få ställa dem åt er. Ja, stort tack för att ni var med oss. Ni som var med igår, ni som var med idag. Det har varit jättekul. Ha det så bra. Hej då!